Alright, you guys, welcome back to Runt Pack Goes Plain Walking, episode 14. Let's get into it. Last time we left off as the group was finally arriving in the town called Alms in the plain, the Weft. We met their leader, Vama, a tall, very almost emaciated looking woman. We ran into our old friend Jaya. Woo!
Oh. Welcome back, Gift.
Welcome back, Jaya, who is here, of course, researching cures for gravy. Researching gravy. I don't know if we've gotten
Gravy
the details.
is perfect.
For what.
He doesn't need to be cured. He's perfect the way he is.
Gravy.
Okay, just passion project, learning more about gravy. We met our target, Frederick, who is a almost princely human boy between the ages of 15 and 18, with sort of like fake regal clothes made from the somewhat garbage materials they have access to in the Weft. Frederick, we have been sent to acquire by the Lady of Pain to bring him back to Surcad so he can close a portal. However, he didn't want to leave with us as he was curing some humans, but Dulam elegantly talked Frederick into coming with us, as since time moves slower in Surcad, Frederick will have extra time to research his patient's ailment while he's there. Meanwhile, while Dulam was convincing him, Malegus wandered off. Oro was looking for Malegus, worried that he had been possessed by the blue flies, which we have learned to take over people's minds here. But apparently he was just going for a swim. Hire found him. Malegus got really angry that Oro was looking for him. It was sort of unclear. Oro, of course, got angry in recompense. Then, after Frederick agreed to come with us, we learned that he can't actually come without Vama's permission, so we went to Vama. She said she would only release him to us if we retrieved the huge carcass of a dragon, a young black dragon, that had been killed, 4 miles away?
Yeah,
4-ish miles away. We went to the site immediately, knowing that every hour we spend here is a month. No, sorry. Ooh, that would be even worse. Every hour we spend here is a day lost in Surcad. While we were there, we found some spiders and birds picking at the carcass, which Deimos chased away with a fear spell of some sort. Meanwhile, I found a man trapped under a piece of slate who had resisted the flies. This was very exciting to Oro. This guy was super jacked. We learned he was a chef. His name was Egret. However, Oro's new best friend was immediately recognized from Deimos as the house butcher from the royal court, which Deimos used to serve in. Egret, the chef, said some extremely offensive things about Deimos, and implied he was going to go tell people where Deimos was, also implying those people would then hunt Deimos down and aim to kill him. We obviously didn't trust Egret to let him go, as he had literally said he was going to go tell everyone where Deimos was, so we unfortunately had to murder Egret, which we did quite efficiently. After that, the birds and spiders were returning to the dragon's carcass, which Dulam cleverly sort of dragged into a smaller subset of the canyon, hoping they wouldn't be able to fly down towards it. And then hundreds of the brain control blue flies began to swarm us. And that brings us up to speed.
Boom. Boom.
Woohoo!
Okay, nice. Well, welcome back, everybody, to some D&D. Maisie, did you even mention the dragon?
Yes? The dragon carcass? Oh,
Doesn't
I
matter.
forgot an important element of it, which is that the flies have begun circling the head of the dragon carcass, and it has shuddered to life.
Kill it, part 2.
Woo!
And that brings us more back into this. That is actually where we left off.
I forgot
So-
how bad we're fucked.
Cool, it's been a minute since we've perhaps done combat. We'll see what you guys do, though. So, welcome back to the Runt Pack Does D&D, everybody. You all find yourselves in a gorge outside of Alms in the dimension, the Weft. Here, you all had just finished absolutely murderizing the butcher from Demos's haunted past. He lays dead in the dirt and rocks, covered in magic missile holes and knife wounds, as well burned to a cinder in his final moments. You are also surrounded by a duo of large spiders that look sort of like daddy long legs with a strange after image that follow behind them that seem to be crawling quickly up the side of the mountain up to the alcove in which you all sort of stand. As well, the vultures, the boulder birds high above, circle their quarry, the black dragon. Deceased for likely many months, however, the recent activity of life in this area has brought around a swarm of these bright blue glowing flies. Though invisible when not encircling the head of a creature, these flies, however, are buzzing around you all loudly. You've all just very recently had to make a check, specifically a intelligence saving throw, to see if they do in fact swarm above your heads, but you all succeeded with flying colors. However, the volume around you all is still near deafening. You have to shout just to get over the noise of the constant bzzz, a swarm of insects around you all. So, we leave you all off with the movement of the young black dragon. Having died many months ago, its skull rotted away on half the side, one of its wings bent at an odd angle, its entire neck slack with death. It is clearly obvious to you all that this creature has been deceased for many, many weeks, and in fact, Dulam has even spent the last couple of minutes tearing away at its scales, damaging it even more. But in its
good
death...
on that, Dulam. I feel like... Where was Dulam sawing at it again? Like, what part of it?
Dulam, did you want to start anywhere? I assumed you were just starting on the body.
I probably would have started like the neck.
Okay. Sawing away at its neck. Dulam had done a good job chipping away a couple of those big scales to get to the meat underneath, the rotting meat, of course, filled with all manner of infestation, worms, maggots, black mold built up from its time in still water.
Good.
The dragon now, though, twitches to life as blue flies encircle its head and its great limp neck slowly rises, bits more of the scaling falling off where Dulam had been prying away at it. The vultures above call loudly, "Ah! Ah!" And it looks up towards you all, head lolling to one side, half of its jaw slack as there's no muscles to hold up the exposed bone of the flesh. One of its eyes sort of lolls open to look at you all, the other eye socket. Simply bone. No eye within it, no muscle or sinew around it. The eye seems to look toward you all, spookily. So, at this point, can I get all of you guys to roll initiative?
As we roll initiative, I want to say to Deimos, hey, I know we said we were gonna, like kill that guy, and I feel really good that we did kill him, but I feel like the flies are about to take control of him, and I don't know. I feel as if we could have done more to speak with him. Are you sure we want to kill him? Well, we could bring him back.
That is a tough decision. I guess he could be useful in some ways, but
I feel as if the flies will use him against us either way, and, maybe if he's alive, he at least won't be actively against us.
do we have a way to restrain him, you think?
Well, point of order, isn't his body pretty burned up?
It's burned pretty bad. I mean, all of his hairs are missing, and he's scorched on his outside. He looks
Okay, but
dead.
it looks like he could be resurrected.
I mean, the thing
He
is,
doesn't
this
look-
dragon looks like real nasty. A majority
okay.
of this dragon is bone. What would you like to do? Up first, then, we have... Alright, then, up first, with an 18 rolled, Sir Orpheus. You are right next to the corpse of the butcher. You had just downed him, and in fact, a large molt of fire was hurled over your shoulder to drop him to the ground. Malegus is across from you with a big, stupid grin on his face for successfully downing this perceived enemy, but behind you, you hear a crackling sound. What you could almost imagine is the tearing of flesh or the grinding of old bones. You turn around and see the head of the dragon slowly lolling up, moving one vertebra at a time.
Okay. It's just the worst. The worst thing I can see. But I guess the most pressing is I see the disgusting body in front of me, and I will take a few steps back just on instinct.
Okay, and just as a quick note, I think you have dark vision, so it's alright, but for the rest of you guys, it is still nighttime right now. The clouds above are dark, and the entire gorge you're in is pretty dark, save for Dulam, who is glowing slightly, lighting up the dragon, and the flaming body of the butcher, who is lighting up your area, Orpheus.
Dulam lights up the room. Yes, I do have dark vision. So I will take a few steps back, and I'm assuming I heard Karma and Deimos' competition.
I don't know who Karma is.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's
oh my,
crazy.
who?
I assume I heard Higher and Deimos' conversation.
Right now, you can barely hear 10 feet away from you. It is so loud. I wish I would add an annoying buzzing sound in the background if it wouldn't annoy our audience.
Okay, so I probably didn't hear them, but I do see this reanimated dragon behind me.
Yes, and the
this
sound of
corpse
its
in front
bones
me.
grinding are quite loud.
Yeah. Okay, Malegus, I really can't do this, but I need you to make sure that body doesn't get up.
What? He shouts.
Make sure the body doesn't get up!
It's dead! Orpheus, you ever seen a dead body?
I point over my shoulder at the dragon, like Wojak style. It's dead, Malegus!
He squints his eyes, looks confused, doesn't respond.
Cut off his legs or something! Use your brain! And then I will turn and go towards the dragon. So I already ran 5, 10. I'm exhausted still, right?
Yes, in fact, you
Yeah.
are, and so too is Deimos, and so too is Malegus. That gives you a -2 to all your rolls and a -5 for movement.
Yeah, that's really cool. Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
That is a crazy movement speed, even while tired.
I'm so mobile. Okay. Oh god. Lettermore will also move. Let me double check its movement speed. 30 feet. Okay, Lettermore isn't exhausted. That wouldn't make sense. It's a robot. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I'm hoping he, like, imagine he sort of went up the side of this and stayed out of sight. Does that make any sense?
All right, Lettermore creeps up against one of the rock walls. Again, so for
Great.
the viewer at home, you guys are basically in a bowl, and you're on the lip of one bowl looking up the edge of another bowl that's like stacked
It's almost
within.
like, imagine we were in a gravy boat and now we're at the spout and he's sort of wedged in the spout.
Whoa, gravy boat.
Good point. You guys are in a gravy boat. You're at the you're
Thank
sort of
you.
near the bottom of the gravy boat. The dragon was teleported stepwise up to the spout.
So Lettermore just sort of crawled around rock face to the spout.
Creeping up.
Creeping up. Okay, then I will go ahead and I think I'm gonna shoot off Scorching Ray. Do I have to decide if I'm gonna use inspiration before I hit?
I don't think so. You can decide after.
Lovely.
Isn't she lovely?
Isn't she lovely? Okay. Okay, it was an 11. I'm assuming that doesn't hit, so I will use my inspiration.
Your scorching ray sort of bounces off. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Inspiration.
Yeah, it doesn't. Inspiration.
Okay, yeah. It does not. You're inspired. Go.
Fuck me. 12.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Also
Um,
-2, so it's a 10. So
Okay.
just-
You blast
I'm-
off a scorching ray, feeling inspired from previous acts of heroism, but you see, even despite some pretty gaping holes in this dragon's defenses, your molt happens to slam into one of the black scales, and it fizzles, turning the energy into just paste against the side of this creature, having no effect.
okay, I feel very ill. But and I'll sort of stumble back, and as my bonus action, I will again use my zapping a lightning thrower, if you will, to zap the air above our heads. It's a 15 feet cone, so I'll try to center it like here, in between
Okay.
me, Jaya, and Deimos.
Got it. Okay.
Would you
I
like
think
me
I
to roll
agree.
damage on that?
You know what? Would you mind? That would be delightful.
No. Also, technically, the flies would make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, okay. So then, yeah, just go roll damage for me real fast.
Okay, 15 lightning damage.
Awesome. You blast upward again, and the loudness around you subsides for just a moment, as instead of a overwhelming buzzing sound, you're now met with sort of a distant, obnoxious buzzing sound for a moment, as you look up and see a couple sort of shocked, fried pink flies falling out of the sky. It's a very light color of pink, like the pink of something that's really sick.
Okay, and that's my turn. I cower. Bravely.
Awesome. All right, you cower, and that is the end of Orpheus' turn. Next up, then, I have the dragon.
Well, sorry, I made us all in a clump, you
No,
guys.
he's so close to me.
The
Look
creature
at Nulum.
twists its head, turning upward toward the sky. It doesn't have any emotion that you can identify. There is no intelligence behind its one open eye. It looks up confused. The one eye it has opened is milky white, and the flies buzz in a huge halo around its skull. Its vertebrae all twist down, facing out the direction of the spout, and it opens its mouth to let out some sort of roar. You see its chest sort of twitch spasmodically, like its lungs are basically pushing out all the water and dirt shoved in them. And instead of a roar coming out, a much more sinister, creepy, croaking sound comes out.
Jesus Christ.
As it does, you see a wispy green, it's like wispy green gas come out of its mouth for a moment. It doesn't go very far and dissipates somewhat quickly, but the creature seems to be intent on getting out of this space. So it wrenches its body, using its claws up against the stone. You see its huge black claws treat this stonework like it's butter, slicing through and pulling itself as hard as it can to wrench itself out of this little spout that it's sort of stuck in. You see the widest part of its body, sort of the midpoint of its abdomen around where its wings are furled. It's stuck within the rocks of where Dulam sort of shoved it in. So it's pulling itself out, using its claws and its head to try to jam itself out. I will make it have a strength roll to see if it can pull itself out. Okay, a 19 plus 4. 23. The creature drags itself 5 feet forward out of the little hole that it was shoved in. You see rocks grinding against scales, and some of the scales popping off. In fact, some of the flesh on its opened side. You guys remember the way it had died? It fell sideways into the puddle of water at the bottom of the gravy boat. So its left side is mostly exposed. The scales have almost all sloughed off, and its meat and tender interior are all exposed to the elements, with all those nasty putrid creatures crawling around in there. That side, you see flesh rend off on the side of the rocks, grinding up against it, but the creature doesn't seem to care. It doesn't mind. It pulls itself forward 5 feet, and as it does so, Dulam, I would like for you to make a dexterity saving throw or be crushed.
I got an 18.
Okay, that is a good roll. So you sort of jump out of the way. I'll move you back 5 feet here, as I assume is the direction you sort of hop back. As the creature pulls itself through, rocks sort of fall alongside it as it wrenches itself out. And it looks to have spent a decent amount of its energy just pulling itself out. It drags itself another 5 feet now and looks around to gauge its surroundings, thus ending its turn. Next up, I have Higher Valea.
Alrighty, I'm gonna start by moving towards O'Malley Boy and the Butcher.
Okay.
Moving closer to Malegus and the Butcher, and I want to try to make eye contact with Malegus and try to yell "Secure him," which I assume is just lost to the the flies. and I'm gonna cast Revivify, which is a touch spell.
Okay.
I will be using a meta magic point to cast it at a distance. Distance.
Fancy. Okay, nice. Wow, is this your big Revivify? Is this your 300 gold
I don't want to
diamond
talk about
gem?
it.
The one that was party funded?
I don't want to talk
Yep.
about it.
Yep.
I'll pay for this one.
All right. You pull some meta magic out, twist your hands in such a way, and that golden glow shines out. This is actually the second time you've ever cast this. The first time it didn't work, if you recall. But now you've got that hefty little piece of gem in your hand. And as you cast out the spell and speak the words, you see the gem fizzle into bright dust, wisping away in the wind as you cast Revivify. The flaming on the butcher subsides quickly, and you see him cough and cough and cough.
And I assume this also won't be heard, but I'm gonna yell at him. Help us or die again. I don't want to kill you again.
Coughs up ash and smoke, and you see his entire skull is burned with singe marks as he wakes up a little bit. He tries to speak something, and nothing comes out that you can hear. It's probably just a whisper, considering how burned up his throat is. Nice. Is there anything else you'd like to do, Higher?
Unfortunately, that is the end of my turn.
That's a good turn, though. A very good turn, Higher Valea. Up next, I have Jaya. Jaya, there is something breathing behind you. The great creature.
No, I don't. Guess I'm gonna shoot the fuck out of this bitch.
What is the dragon? You're gonna shoot the dragon?
Okay. I'm gonna use another grid point to do Astral Spark, and I'm gonna shoot. Okay,
You're
I'm
so
doing this in
gritty.
D&D Beyond. So I got a 21 to hit.
Okay, 21 does hit.
Okay, so piercing damage, it does 9, plus 3 force damage. So 12 in total. I'm also gonna take my Viagra. Is that a bonus action?
Now is not the time.
Jaya pops out the pill bottle.
So it'll give me advantage on striking dex checks because the flood is just flowing through my veins and it's just so pumped, pulsating really.
Throbbing.
Okay, you pop
Okay.
it.
Take
All right,
that, you dirty little boy.
All right, so I believe it's for the next minute. Jaya is roided up and can really perform well.
Okay, and I'm gonna
So,
take another action or another attack.
Oh yes, because you're a big fighter now, a well-leveled fighter.
Attacks. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I got a 14.
Okay.
hit.
This bullet grazes off the outside scales, just bouncing off. You hear it ping loudly, and you sort of look around for a second, like, shit, where's that gonna land?
Kill myself. Okay. Well. That is all. That is for my turn.
Next
Your
time,
turn.
buddy boy.
All right,
gonna
and
be dead.
your first shot did land accurately, and you saw it embed itself deeply into the creature's torso. It didn't seem to react, though, not in pain or out of anguish or anything. It just sort of sits there, looking around.
Did it look to damage him?
It definitely embedded its way in. Like, you saw where it impacted successfully, but it didn't react at all.
Defeated once again.
All right, up next, then, after Jaya, we have Malegus, who looks up at Hire with this really horrified face and shouts as loud as he can, "Hire, what the fuck? I thought we wanted to kill him. I was gonna chop off his legs."
The flies will capture him, and I kind of felt bad.
You felt bad for this shithead?
We can chop off his legs later. We need him for battle.
Oh, what? Should I tie him up or something?
Depends if he's gonna cooperate. And I would think shocking grasp might be the first step, and then I could tie him up. But yeah, let's see if the boy cooperates first.
Ah, fuck. Fuck it. I'm gonna go help with the giant guy, alright? Hold on.
Oh, okay, bye.
He begins running past you and gives you a look as he runs by of confusion and what you imagine looks like stupidity.
Can I take the opportunity attack? No, just kidding.
He uses his full action to dash as far as he can, which is about this far because he's tired. Just such an exhausted man. Next up, we have Dulam. Dulam, you are pressed up against a rock and a scaly place.
I'd like to move 5 feet down to walk closer to my friends a little bit.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna use my bonus action to activate innate sorcery, which basically gives me 1 extra DC on my spell DC.
Cool.
And then I'm gonna actually hold my action to cast a spell when I see the birds come.
Okay, nice. You hold your action. The birds are last in initiative, but they are circling up above. They look hungry. I will give you an update when they arrive. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
That's it.
Excellent. All right. Next up are the spiders. Higher, the 2 spiders that you've blasted with magic missile. Not a few moments before have begun skittering their way up from the inside of the gravy boat. They were at the very bottom in the water below, so it takes them a bit of time to crawl up the side. Both of them bear over their heads that wispy blue halo of flies. Skitter, 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 skitter. They're big and have huge bulbous torsos high above the ground, held aloft by 6-foot-tall legs, spindly and thin. They take all of their movement just to get up the side of the rock face, and neither of them make any strikes at you, but you notice their after images leave you sort of dizzying to where their actual location is as they move. That is their turn. Up next, Demos, the shell-shocked boy.
Alright, I'm gonna move like 5 feet to the right to get some better cover against the dragon.
Okay, you creep your way around.
Then I will Scorching Ray the spider closest to higher.
Very nice. All right, roll to hit, please.
How does a nat 1 sound?
Oh. It's still dark outside, Demos, and you can barely see the creature in the darkness, especially with its, 3 after images it has. Your Scorching Ray goes wide. As it rushes by, you notice higher, as you're sort of, looking out in front of you, something, clips the edge of your ear, and it's hot, and it burns for a minute. But you can pat it out pretty quickly here. And, Demos, that is your Scorching Ray molted into the side of Higher's face.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Good turn. All right. Perfect. That is a good turn then. Up next, I'm going to have the birds, the boulder birds high above. The 2 vultures circle warily. They look confused about what's happening, a bit frightened, but nevertheless, they are determined to get their fill of food. And you notice one of them dive down quickly. The one closer to you, Dulam, its halo of blue flies follows it quickly. The other continues circling, just watching. The one that dives down, Dulam, sort of rockets toward you, almost you exactly, its claws outstretched. What would you like to do?
When it's within 30 feet of me, height-wise, I would like to cast Hypnotic Pattern.
Okay, it spews down towards you. Just as it gets within 30 feet of you, you throw out your spell, and what happens?
So basically in a 30 by 30 by 30 cube, but I pretty much want to get the dragon and then me and my friends in it. I'm not charming my friends, but I want to try to also charm the flies above their heads.
Okay,
We
got
are
it.
your friends?
Your friends. Alright, your hypnotic pattern goes out. What save am I making here? A wisdom saving throw.
Yes.
Okay,
And also I'll use 2 sorcery points to make the dragon roll at disadvantage.
Nice. God bless. Very nice. Okay, the bird goes scorching down, It gets a, let's see. Wow, wow. Okay, not bad. It got a 17.
That's the DC, so I think it saves.
Ooh, meets it, peeps it. I know, it's just grim. The dragon goes up next, though, at disadvantage. And, yeah, not great. 5.
Okay, it fails.
Okay, awesome. Your hypnotic pattern blows up... Oh, spews out in this general directions. You see the dragon's one good eye, the white one, is immediately transfixed upon this beautiful pattern that you spew out into this area. No longer is it sort of looking around, sort of deciding its next move. It's transfixed, incapacitated in its state, and it stops moving. Do you want any of your friends to roll saves, or do they get saved?
No, I'm trying to, like, the reason why I boxed them in is to get the flies above all of our heads, too.
Okay, got it. The sound is still pretty deafening, and you can't tell what's happening, considering you haven't been able to see the flies yet, but likely, if they can see it, something's happening.
It's my only AoE spell, so...
I like it. You still hear a loud buzzing. Okay, for the rest of you guys, you see this hypnotic pattern around you, but I assume, Duelam, you can choose who it affects, right?
Yeah.
So you guys just see bright lights flashing around you, which lights up the area pretty nicely. Though, more immediately, Duelam, the bird above you, the boulder bird, continues shrieking down, cawing loudly, "Ah!" with its 2 talons outstretched. So it's going to make some talon attacks against you, Duelam. It makes 2 talon attacks. It's just a real nasty piece of work.
I guess with the new Lucky, I'll say it before you roll, but can I use Lucky to make him roll at disadvantage?
I did already roll, but I'm going to roll twice.
Oh, sorry.
It takes a minute to roll. It just took a while. Oh, wow. 12s both times. Which is a +4, so 16 for the first attack.
That hits.
Second is a 13. 9 + 4.
That's my AC, so it hits.
Oh god, that's your AC, Duelam. Okay, you dodge out of the way of the first one, attempting to lower its damage, but the bird moves quickly. It seems intent on taking you out. It wants to eat you, whatever you are, and it thinks you look pretty damn tasty, so both of its talons dig into the side of you. The first one slams into you for the lowest possible damage of 4.
Huge.
The second one comes down for 10 damage for a total of 14 from the 2 talons. Slash! And it lands beside you. It is a big animal. It is a large-sized creature, and it looks hungry. It sort of jumps back to the side, holding out its beak and cawing at you loudly. The other one continues circling overhead.
Cool. I saved on both the concentration checks.
Ooh, look at you. Double con save. All right, cool. What were your rolls just for our listeners at home?
It was 11 and then 24.
Bless.
Go.
Cool. Duelam keeps his hypnotic pattern in the air, and that does end initiative. We come around to the top again with Sir Orpheus. A dazzling of bright lights surrounds you.
Yes. And me and all my friends are still in a neat conical formation for this black dragon.
Yeah, I was also noticing that. I was really excited about that.
I'm not as excited about it, so I will start by breaking left. 5, 10, pressing up against the rim of the gravy boat, if you might, if you would.
I forgot I had movement. Oops.
Actually, I'll even go there for 20. Then I'm gonna go ahead and Scorching Ray this bad boy one more time.
Feeling
nice. Good, feeling lucky. It's ridiculous I didn't hit last time because my modifier is a +8.
Wow.
Okay, that's a dirty 20 minus 2, so an 18 to hit.
18 to hit, that does hit.
Okay, so first one hits, second one is a 12, that misses, and third one is a 14, minus 2, so 12, that misses.
Okay, so
2 of them miss, hit. 1 of them hits. Okay,
yes.
That's great. I do 6 damage.
Okay. You see it light up the dragon's exterior for a moment, and nothing immediately seems to bother it.
Okay, that's fine. Then I'm gonna run in 5, 10, 15. Actually, no, I'll stay back here, sensibly. And I want to use my lightning thrower I want to target it right on the dragon's head, and obviously hoping to include the flies around its head. So it has to make a dex save.
Okay. Dexterity save from the dragon. It is incapacitated. So does that mean?
Okay,
it can
so yeah,
still
I think
make
that means it automatically fails.
saving throws.
I think though when it takes damage, the spell ends. So
Oh,
It does
shit, I
say
did not know
that, yeah. But they do automatically fail strength and dexterity saving throws.
Okay.
So because its speed is like
okay.
0 right now, so it can't move against it. So it's your choice if you want to make this move or not.
Well, but I already hit it with the Scorching Ray when I didn't know it taking damage would turn this off.
It's alright, it's loud, it's hard to hear each other.
Okay, I'm going to use the flamethrower because I already hit it. So that is 9 lightning damage to it and any flies around its head.
Well, here's an interesting thought. If it does take damage, it is now no longer in the spell, so it is going to make the dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
And it got a 2.
Nice. Okay.
Okay, you blast
yeah.
upwards. You see your cone shoot up toward its head, zapping the air around you. It lights up the sky along with the hypnotic pattern, and you see just as the creature sort of turns its milky white eye towards you, now finally back to itself, you blast up toward it. You see bits of its skull scalded quickly by your electricity, and the flies above it all disturbed. You see some of them drop to the ground, others thrown around a bit, but they quickly recircle, forming the halo.
Okay. That's my turn. I end there.
Excellent turn. Alright, up next then we have the Butcher, Egret. He coughs loudly. You there, Kobold! Why'd you bring me back? What the... It hurts. Oh my god. It takes half of his movement to stand up slowly and shakily.
Consider this a second chance. We don't want to kill you, but we will if we must. For Deimos, and we need you in this battle.
He looks at you, sort of smiles a bit, gives a thumbs up, and goes, yeah, all right. Second chance, I got it. And you see him slowly turn around and shamble off the other direction as fast as he can.
That's fucking crazy.
He doesn't make it far, only about 15 feet, but he's running off. You were right next to him to cast the spell, right? Like, it was a touch spell?
I used a meta magic point.
Oh, a meta magic point, that's right. Okay, so no opportunity attack for you. Alright, so then, the Butcher's turn is over. We now move on to the Black Dragon. Okay, so remind me of Hypnotic Pattern here, Duelam. Does the creature make a new save now that it's the start of its turn because it still started its turn in there?
I don't think so. I think I just shook it off because it took damage.
Just shook it off? Wow. Okay.
The point was that we would attack the birds.
Sorry, I did
No,
not
it's
do
okay.
that.
I didn't say it, so.
What are we talking about? I can't hear you. Alright, the dragon is back to its senses again. It shakes off the stupor of being locked in the hypnotic pattern and opens its mouth once again, and you hear that audible croaking sound. Which, again, is just very unnerving toward you all, especially considering the look of this creature. It looks half undead. I mean, it's effectively walking around right now is undead. It lowers its mouth to the ground, almost like watching a cat about to throw up. You can tell something's coming as its stomach sort of gurgles and twitches once again, sort of spasming, as if it's trying to vomit something up. More green gas slowly seeps out of his mouth, and the buzzing around you all gets louder and louder and louder. Let me see, where is everybody? Where's the...
It's an interesting configuration. I actually think we're spread out decently well.
Alright, so, its skeletal frame is sort of cracking and groaning as its chest swells unnaturally. You all hear a hiss starting to rumble through the air now. Then finally, it can get a roar out of its mouth. It unleashes something blowing out of its mouth. From its gaping maw, erupts not a blast of green acid, nor a molt of fire, but you see spewing from its mouth in an imperceptible quantity. A swarm of flying, spewing, shimmering blue flies. It looks like perhaps a blue wave of water spewing out, their bodies glinting brightly like sapphires in the eerie light of the hypnotic pattern. The swarm moves quickly, extremely fast, blowing out of its mouth as if by some sort of unseen wind. They all move like one sort of cohesive organism, sweeping over the terrain, flying past a pretty large group of you guys in a cone shape. This swarm of blue flies spew out in a cone, sweeping over the terrain. Their droning is now officially deafening. So for all of you guys in this cone, for a split second, or basically for how long it takes for the flies to sweep over you, you are deafened. You can't hear anything, and there's a vibration deep in your skull, almost like these creatures are clawing at your mind. Your mind grows thick with their presence, suffocating and sticky. They smack into you all sort of haphazardly, bludgeoning you a bit on their travel, and some of them attempt to sweep over the top of your skulls, almost tugging at your mind. Could I get everyone in this cone, which includes Sir Orpheus, Jaya, Demos, Malegus, and higher, to all make for me an intelligence saving throw, as the world almost blurs for a moment. This saving throw is for the flies.
Does our exhaustion affect our saving throw?
Aye, aye, Captain.
Ooh.
Demos, a success.
Oh no. I just saw someone roll a 3.
Oh my god, Jaya, that was cocked. You're crazy. You're fucking with me. That was on a 2. On my screen, it showed a 2.
Oh my god.
18 down to 17, baby.
Big 9 for me.
I got a dirty 20. Or sorry,
Ooh.
16. My bad.
A 16?
Yeah.
Alright, not bad. Okay. Okay, so pretty low damage here of 15 bludgeoning damage. It's not extremely painful. It's just sort of like these flies smack into you hard like a big wave of water might. So the total bludgeoning damage was 15. If you succeeded the saving throw, which was a DC 13, then you'll take half of that. You can round down to 7. So this includes the spider, which also takes 7 damage. Ouch!
Spider. Make that bitch burn. Make that bitch
Nice.
burn.
The spider is now bleeding. All of you have been smacked by this wave of blue flies as they wash over you. As they do so, some of you feel your mind tugged at slightly, as if these flies want to hover above you. For a moment, the flies' soft hum seems to almost transform into voices, either seductive or commanding, lingering around your head for just a minute. As the swarm disperses quickly and all those bright blue lights disappear into fizzles and then nothing, fizzling out into their invisible nature once again, you all look up to see a brief halo of flies circling above your head for just a moment. For those of you who resisted it, felt sort of a clawing feeling in your minds, but you shielded your thoughts from these invasive whispers. But
Mercy.
for those of you who failed, which currently includes Orpheus and Malegus, the flies remain. For the rest of you, they disappear off into nothingness and your heads are clear once more, but Orpheus and Malegus both, the halo persists. To the outside, you guys see their eyes glaze over with white. Their expressions slacken for a moment, and they sort of turn their heads quickly back and forth with empty stares, bringing in their surroundings. On the inside, Orpheus, what this feels like to you is, I'm thinking full get out here. Your mind sinks deeply into the recesses of this skull. You become a passenger in this head, and you are effectively watching a movie out of Iceland's eyes. You can move around sort of, and you can yell, but nothing happens. It's like you're immobilized in her head, staring out and watching nothing. You are here for all of it and present, and as you sit here, you feel some sort of otherworldly presence poke around in the mind that you inhabit. It drains everything in this mind for knowledge, for personality, for character quirks, and information, and loves and hates, and everything. Sucked in and coagulated into one being that begins to move about in the form of the body you were once in. Malegus also begins sort of looking around once more, and to you, Orpheus, you basically feel like you are just watching, trapped in the back of this head. You force it around a little bit, fight back and forth, and nothing really seems to happen, but this is where you are. So, that ends the dragon's turn. It does want to take 5 more feet forward, stepping up, and you see a dribble of green acid drop down its mouth, sort of tearing up its flesh as it does so. You guys know from reading in history books that dragons normally aren't supposed to hurt themselves with their own sprays, and yet you see what little dribble of acid is left in this dragon seems to eat away at its flesh. Its mouth closes and stops moving. The buzzing around you all continues loudly, but for some of you, it's gotten very quiet. Specifically, Orpheus. Next up, I have Higher Valea in initiative order. Higher, you're bludgeoned a bit by flies, you feel your mind twitch a minute, and the flies above you all disperse loudly. Zzz, it's loud around you now, and you can't feel anything taking you over. So, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna yell after the butcher. You fool! It is only due to Ether's kindness that I will allow you any more chances. I will strike you down each time you disobey. You will not escape my party and I's wrath. And then I'm gonna go ahead and cast a magic missile.
Oh, all right. So, you blow some magic missiles at his back again. Wow, this is the 3rd time you blasted his back with magic missiles.
I'm only gonna
Keeps on
do
taking
one.
back shots.
Can I can use magic missile and have them strike different creature. Oh my god, is it only one creature?
I think it's multiple, right?
No, you can
Yeah, sure.
split them up. Yeah. for
Okay.
sure.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Unless
Yeah,
they like drastically changed it.
No, I think you're good.
Yeah, I'm only gonna cast 1 at him, and then I'm gonna have each of the others go. So 1 at him, and then 1 at each spider that is flanking me.
Good, good. All right. Then you are all set up for your attack here. You want to give me a, I guess you want to give me your damage rolls, right?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, brother.
Okay, I'm gonna hit him with the 3 damage, and then the spider closest to me, I want to do the 5 damage, and then the other spider the 4 damage.
Okay, the man in front of you, as he's sort of limping away as fast as he can, the magic missile drops him to the ground. Yet again, I mean, he was only at 1 HP, so he drops down again. The spider close to you blast for 5. It looks hurt, almost near death. And the other one you blast again, which is now, barely injured.
Yeah.
The flies buzz around you once more, and you turn around with horror to see both Malegus and Orpheus with this humming halo of blue flies above their head.
I could have been helping my party, you twat.
What?
Um.
That's really good. All right, anything else you want to do on your turn, Higher?
Yeah, then I'm going to start moving back towards my party, because I actually have, if I'm correct, I can cast, I have a lot of spells that deal with undead creatures, so it really could have just been helping this whole time. It's too bad.
No worries, you make your way back. Go ahead and move your character. As you do so, I'm going to jump to Jaya. Jaya, what would you like to do?
Let's fucking go!
Sorry, I hate to say it. I think an opportunity attack is provoked on me from the spider.
All right. Wow, you're a kind boy. I can't believe you'd admit to it. Good boy.
Arf.
All right, sorry, Jaya. Continue. Consider what you're doing here. As I roll to hit with the spider. Spider got a 18 to hit. Does that hit higher?
No.
Ooh! Somebody has a shield.
Clank, 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 clank. That's me moving.
Very nice. Like to see it. All right, Jaya, what would you like to do?
Pew 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 pew. Last grit point. I'm gonna use. Also, I misspoke last time. The Astral Spark is not a grit point thing. It's just an ability that I can trigger.
Yeah, I gotcha. It's a racial ability, right?
Yeah, but now I'm gonna use my last grit point to do a dazing shot. So
Dazing shot,
let's
alright.
see. Let's see if I hit. Oh, let's go 21.
That'll do it. Pew!
Okay, so now wait, let me do the damage first. 'Tis 6 damage.
Okay, you blast into the dragon. It sort of funk digs itself into the creature's like behind parts. Its rear.
And now he must make a con saving throw or suffer disadvantage on attacks.
Aye aye. Con save coming in hot. Pew! Looks like he got a 10.
Oh, he failed. Okay, so now he has
Alright.
disadvantage on attacks until the end of their next turn.
Got it. Very nice.
Now I do one more attack. This one's just gonna be normal.
Got it.
Oh, damn, I got a 12.
Okay, that one does not hit and sort of bounces off the side.
This town ain't big enough for the two of us, boy. I did move a little bit. And I think that is all I shall do.
Alright, good turn. Okay, excellent, Jaya. Up next, then we have Malegus. Malegus, the first of our heroes who has been affected by the flies above his head. He looks around dazed, sort of confused for a moment, and turns his head now toward Deimos, who is close to him, and then back to Higher, and then back to Deimos, and goes, "Well, Jesus, isn't that a fucking breath of fresh air?" Woo!
Oh no.
Oh, you see him inhale deeply into his nose. Oh, that's nice. Wow, I feel like I haven't gotten that sort of... Woo, all right. Higher, how you doing? You feeling good over there, buddy?
Sure, evil Malegus.
That's sort of rude. I'm not evil.
All right, yeah, sure, buddy. What are you gonna do then?
He sort of leans back, cracks his back a bit, leans forward, pulls his head to one side and the other. He looks like he's gearing up for something. And then you see him begin running. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. You've rarely seen Malegus move this fast unless it's like escaping from something. And he goes in and you see him run over to this spider and just go on it and suplex the thing. He throws his legs out first and his hands quickly follow. You see one of his daggers is in his hands as he throws it out in front of him. Rolling to hit. Oh my god. A nat 20 on his strike as he lands hard on this spider, dragging the thing down 5-10 feet down the side of the gravy bowl, deeper in. You see the spider curl and twitch its after image, dragging behind them as the two slide down, tumbling over one another. As they land on the bottom of the rock wall 10 feet below, you see Malegus throw his hands up, covered in sort of goopy green spider blood, as beneath him is one dead spider.
Oh, Malegus,
I feel fucking great!
You're so helpful.
This is awesome! And that's Malegus' turn.
Sorry, is his disease in his brain?
I'm next, Duelam.
I would like to cast Mind Whip on the two birds.
Okay. One of the birds... what's the range on Mind Whip? One of them is pretty high up right now.
120.
Okay. Yeah, okay. That's pretty far. That sounds good. You Mind Whip out. You also, on your turn, you may decide whether or not you want your hypnotic pattern to affect Orpheus.
I guess can I do an insight check on Orpheus?
Sure.
16.
Okay, what are you trying to insight? Like, Orpheus'
See
nature?
yeah, see how Like, compared to Malegus, I guess? Does Orpheus seem in control?
You look at Orpheus, sort of, again, looking around, looking down at himself, getting gauged of his feelings. What you get with the 16 is that he doesn't look violent, like not toward you. You don't think he's gonna come out and strike you or like attack you. You don't think he's mind controlled in that way. But you're not exactly sure if it is Orpheus right now or not. Like if it's the Orpheus you're used to. But you're definitely not getting violence.
Okay, then I won't.
Okay, good. Give me a mind whip, please.
Both the birds need to make a int save.
They are not smart.
So 17.
Oh, nope. Yeah, that's grim. They'll need a nat 20. Go birds. Go birds. Both failed. One got a 0.
Huge.
Okay, they both take 11 psychic damage, and they have to choose whether to move or attack.
Ooh, awesome. Okay.
And then I'll move a little bit behind the dragon, and that'll be my turn.
Just creep up behind the thing. We are now on to the last remaining spider, who begins running over down the cliff sides to Malegus. It skitters over to him, creeping its way over and making a bite attack. Chomp. Missing its bite though, and that is the end of its turn. Demos, we are up to you now. Demos, you are sort of stunned again by the blast that just smacked you of flies, and you are sort of hidden in this little alcove now. What would you like to do?
I would think. How far is the closest bird?
The closest bird to you is right now up a little cliffside, about 25 feet away.
Okay, cool. I will cast a chromatic orb.
Okay. Demos sort of peeks his head around the corner of the cliff here that he's behind and casts chromatic orb, launching it out. Roll to hit for me, please.
17 minus 2, 15.
Huge.
Very nice, 15. All right, that does hit the bird.
Nice.
Holy.
16 damage.
What
Wow.
the hell?
That is an impressive chromatic orb. Oh, you upcast it, I see.
Huge.
Very nice. All right, 16 damage blasts this fucking bird, smacking it hard, dropping it down to very near death now. It looks hurt as shit. Even scutters back for a minute, going from the hit, from the damage.
Nice. I think that'll be my turn.
Very nice. All right, cool. Well done, Demos. Up next, then, I've got the birds. The one besides Dulam can either move or attack, for it is mind whipped. Luckily, there is someone within 5 feet of him, Jaya, who is within attacking range. Jaya, this bird sort of stomps over to you and makes 2 big claw attacks, attempting to smack you.
God damn it.
First hit was a 10, second was an 8.
No, those don't hit, baby girl.
Not great. And now the second bird, which is high up off the ground, about 100 feet, swoops down hard now, but unable to strike in its same turn, for it can also only move or attack thanks to Dulam. Descends rapidly and stomps down right beside you, Dulam, up in the crevice behind the dragon. These
Nice.
birds fucking hate you.
Don't know why. They can't. Do they want to eat metal?
They can't eat them. What do they do?
They hate metal. I mean,
They've never
maybe
met
it's because
no-
he's a shiny object and they want to take him because he's shiny.
He's
They
very
look
shiny.
shiny.
They've never met the metalloid maniac. They don't know how you taste.
He built that wall.
All right, up next then, at the top of initiative, I have the body of Sir Orpheus.
Okay, am I just into it? Am I here?
What are you doing? You're here.
Okay.
There is a large black dragon behind you that's pretty scary. It's sort of rotting and
Yeah.
half of its flesh is falling off. That's fucked up. You look around, you can't even really see anyone you recognize at first. There is Malegus down there, like a couple dozens of feet, fighting a spider.
So I can see him.
Yeah, he's really far away though. Like, let me think. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30, like 60 or so feet away.
Okay. Okay, I think I'll turn. I see Jaya is the nearest person to me. First I'll sort of, step back from the dragon. Okay, alright. And then I want to run at Jaya and just like grab him by the lapels.
Okay.
Oh.
Assuming he doesn't like resist.
My what?
Like the front of your coat.
Nipples?
Lapel!
Yeah, probably nipples.
Yeah, probably grab him by the nipples. See
Your
if they can get any
nipples.
purpler.
My nipples, no.
And then I just want to yell in Jaya's face, why does this keep happening? It's really not that hard! You're just supposed to keep him alive for long enough for me to finish. Are you okay? Can you do that for just once? I've died 3 times! It's inordinate! How long has it even been here?
What? Orpheus, are you okay there? Or do you know where you are?
I am exactly not where I want to be, in fact. And I want to sort of turn and point at Malegus, and I don't know what the fuck he is doing down there. He had one purpose in this whole plan, and, he's on the fucking floor fighting a spider. Exactly as reliable as I should have assumed.
Why don't you take a 5-minute break? You know,
And
you
this
need a
one-
breather.
This one has dementia. Who's in charge here? Which one of you is in charge?
That would be me.
Holds up.
You're some
now,
sort
how
of-
about we redirect? Let's redirect all this energy into that bad dragon.
That fucking disgusting thing. That's what brought me here. You can't handle something that's already dead. Look at it. Where even are we?
Queen.
Mason, do I recognize where we are?
You look around. You've never been here before.
Some sort of fucking canyon. Weren't you in Surcat? Can't you just bring him to Surcat and keep him there? Like, lock him in a room somewhere?
Can I slap his cheeks a little bit, or does that count as an action?
No, for roleplay spice, you sort of slap Orpheus' cheeks a bit. You
balling
feel
like
this
a
response,
calf.
Maisie, and it bothers you, and it's just so insulting.
I take a deep breath. Are you really in charge? There's no one here? You! I'll point at Deimos. You! Is he in charge?
Sure. Orpheus? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
This is just pathetic. Why'd you even leave the material plane if you were just gonna die over and over and over again? All right.
I think you're confused. How about you sit down? Count the number of fingers on your hand, or count the number of things you can smell.
How about I do?
One.
I'll start walking this way. 1, 2. And I want to summon Lettermore, who's really far away. God damn it. 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and I want to leap upon Lettermore's back.
Okay, you jump on Lettermore's back. You guys see Orpheus do this move, which you've actually never seen Orpheus do before. Like, crawl upon Lettermore's back, and it seems to support Orpheus.
And I'll turn around and say to them all, this better not happen again. You just need to go to Surcat, put him somewhere safe, keep him alive so I can focus on the goddamn task at hand. Do you understand? Next time I come back here, next time I see you, I'm going to become a problem for all of you. Do you understand that? Hey, you, old-timer, in charge.
Oh, where are you going, little girl?
I'm going back to... I'm not a little girl, I'm a grown woman. I'm going back to Valhalla where I'm going to finish my task. Do you understand?
Now, what task at hand could be more important than this right now? Do you see the comrades that you're leaving in battle? Do you see what you're doing? If anything, I think this is an embarrassment.
A
You are not
noble
my
warrior like
comrade?
yourself would never retreat from battle.
You're not my
Fight,
comrades.
coward.
I am not a warrior, and this is in fact the least important thing going on any plane to me right now. So goodbye. Oh, and also I want to point at Malegus. Tell him to get his fucking act together. I've never. Never in a million years would I have expected him to let me down on a scale like this. 3 times. 3rd time. All right, thank you all. Goodbye. Good luck with, this thing. Ugh. And I can't move anymore on this turn, but I turn to fly off.
Nice. Thank you, Maisie. Well done. Good performance there. That was exceptional. All right, so after a stern berating, up next we have the Butcher, who is dead. He continues sitting unconscious on the floor. The Dragon goes next then.
You should roll that save publicly, man.
Nah, I'm all set. Actually, you know what? I will give you his death save. Fine, fuck it. We're having fun now.
Freak yeah.
And he's down 1.
That is too bad.
Just make him use another diamond.
One more. I sold
can't
you the
go
diamonds.
into debt again.
All right, cool. That is the Butcher's turn. Next up is the Dragon. The Dragon did not recharge its breath attack. So
Why is
instead,
Critter always the one in debt?
the Dragon will make 1 bite attack and 1 claw attack. The claw is shot out toward Dulam. Being sort of behind it, it just sort of stamps out its back foot towards you as a horse might.
He has to roll at disadvantage, right? Because
It does, yeah. I'm rolling it twice. Looks like he shit the bed. A 12. 12 was the lowest.
that barely misses.
The claw goes wide. He wasn't even looking. The creature then lumbers 5-10 feet toward Jaya, provoking opportunity attack if you would like, Dulam.
I would never waste my reaction on something as small as this.
What?
And then it chomps down with a much bigger bite attack on top of you, Jaya.
Whoa.
Not great to hit though. It got a 10.
He fucking stumbled, that bitch.
Chomp! The chomp goes wide and it croaks at another. And you watch Jaya in front of you as its withered, desiccated wings slowly unfurl and try to start beating. Thwomp, thwomp, thwomp. And that's the end of the dragon's turn.
Woo!
You see as its wings beat, it doesn't quite get off the ground on this turn, but it looks like it's pushing pretty hard. Higher Valea, you're up next.
As the dragon starts to fly away, I look at it and say, "May Ether have mercy on your soul." And I am going to cast, or I guess not cast. I'm gonna present my little ring with my Etherian symbol pointing at this dragon, and cast Turn Undead. So it's gonna need to make a DC saving or a Wisdom saving throw.
A wisdom save. All right, this is a big roll right here. Let's see what we got. Wisdom save. Wisdom save.
I really need it to fail.
You really need it to fail?
Mm-hmm.
All right, nice. What does your holy symbol look like, by the way, as you present it, just for the fans at home? All right, big roll here, higher. Let's see what we got. Dragon, wisdom save.
Let's go.
It got an 11.
Cool. So two things are gonna happen. I guess one of these things actually isn't great, but I'm more doing this for damage. This creature is now frightened and incapacitated for 1 minute, and for that duration, it's gonna move as far away from me as it can. This is gonna end if it takes damage, or if I die. And additionally, with Channel Divinity Seer Undead, I believe it's going to take 4d8 radiant damage.
Wow, nice. Just right off the dip. Okay, it is frightened. The dragon looks frightened of you. Croaks out another deep bellowing roar.
And that is going to be a crazy amount of damage. That is going to be 20 radiant damage.
Woo! Zap! Aether blesses you with this beautiful blinding light atop the dragon. Plump! Shining down upon it. The creature sizzles. You see its skin and flesh sizzle for a moment as your holy symbol seems to damage it from the inside out as it screeches, as its wings begin to beat faster and faster. And it looks very frightened. Well done, Hire. That was a good move.
And then just to really just cement everything, I'm gonna move a bit closer to it, like go get right up in its face and go, which is my draconic cry. So till the start of my next turn, all of you guys are gonna have advantage on this dragon.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Very cool.
And that's my turn.
Very good turn, Hire. Very good turn.
Wee.
Okay, you cry out draconically at the actual dragon in front of you, which is sort of it's classy, you know?
It's like telling your parent to grow up. Really?
I like it. I like it a lot. All right, you shout at the dragon, and it looks very scared. Up next, then, is Jaya. Jaya, you are looking at this beast that looks frightened. It looks to try to get away from you and beats its wings heavily. The skin on the outside of its body is sizzling, and the flies above its head are doing much lazier circles than the quick, tight circles they were doing earlier.
Should I still shoot it? I don't know if that's gonna do anything.
You want to roll a religion check for me?
Ooh.
Sure. Where?
What would your god think of you right now?
Does Jaya have a god?
Jaya does indeed have a god. I only got an 11.
Okay. You sort of recall just a moment ago when somebody attacked the dragon when it was distracted by Dulam's hypnotic pattern. It sort of snapped it out of it, and right now it is feared, and attacking it could do the same. But you're not sure.
Yeah,
Well,
I imagine so.
Well, we do want this dragon's corpse, so we don't want it to travel too far away from us.
That is very apt.
Well, yeah, so should I shoot it to get it out of the fear? Because if it's fear, then it's just gonna keep going away.
Also
I
true.
think so. I was just doing it for the damage.
Okay. Yeah,
What's the damage?
then I'll do it to undo the fear effect on it, so it doesn't get too far away from us.
Aye, very nice.
Um.
You have advantage to strike it.
Oh, let's go. Okay. Up. That was a 9-1, so 17.
Okay, 17. That's pretty good. You hit it.
Oh, only
smack.
4 damage.
Oh, well, you know, that's all right though. 4 damage as you blast into the side of it. Thwomp, you see where the bullet embeds just on the outside of its body.
And another one.
Another.
Okay, I got a 20.
That'll hit, yeah.
And then I'm also gonna do my last astral spark. So now it is 15 damage in total.
Okay.
Then that's not with the other 4.
Very nice. All right. The dragon is starting to look pretty beat up. If not for the fact that it is hurt, you don't think it feels pain per se, but you can tell that, like, literally its body is starting to fall apart.
Oh! Maybe
Optimal, easy transportation.
I mean, what did they even want from this dragon? Was it the whole corpse? Did they specify?
Yeah,
They said they
the whole
wanted the
corpse.
corpse. Yeah, for a to eat it basically and use parts of it.
I was just gonna say, I hope that it's still usable if we break it apart. I guess so, because I mean they're gonna break it apart anyways. But I don't know if they had any specific plans. But you know what? Something's better than nothing.
True.
I just fear that it might like change the amount of money that they might give us.
Well, all we need is Frederick, so.
Wow. Ugh.
Did you just say ugh?
No. And then I shall not move because I don't want to get attacked. So, 'tis my turn.
All right, good turn. That will do it for Jaya then. I will just sort of give you guys all a notice on this. Even though the dragon was dead and it couldn't bleed because it didn't have any blood after all of its blood whisked away in the water. But it looks like if you beat it up much more, the muscles that hold this thing together will not even be able to pull it anymore. So despite its control, it will not be able to move. I will tell
and
you
I do want to
Jaya...
say.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say explicitly that I'm holding my movement in case I want to move later.
Aye, sounds good.
I always forget to do that.
Good memory. And just as a note to everyone else, attacking it here did pull it out of the fear that Hire had just placed upon it, so it is no longer feared. So its wings are still beating, but it looks like it's not trying to escape anymore. Next up is Malegus, who sort of shouts out, "Oh, Orpheus feeling fucking incredible!"
He gets the most withering stare. It supersedes anything Orpheus could achieve on his own.
Orpheus, is everything all right? He turns around, just trying to look at you.
I'm coming to talk to you.
Okay.
You gonna kill him?
No, don't fall for the trap. It's all a fucking trap. These women, they're just fucking dating us.
What women?
I actually don't know if I condone that sexism.
Nice, alright. He stabs the spider in front of him hard, bleeding it, nearly killing it. The creature sort of withers in pain and screeches as he sort of turns back around and goes, "What? I'm doing alright. You don't need to help me. I'm feeling awesome down here." He sort of jumps up a couple feet to up on the ridge a little higher to move closer to you all. And as he does so, it is now Dulam's turn. Dulam, you are up.
Woo! I'd like to use my bonus action to convert the rest of my sorcery points into one level 2 spell slot.
Woo! Good move.
And then I'm gonna hold my action again for when the dragon flies.
Okay, you hold your action. Do you want to move at all, or are you just chilling?
I'll chill.
Okay, the great beast, flump, 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 is pushing on its wings heavy. The spider goes next. The spider makes a bite attack against Malegus and hits him. It sinks in deep, and he sort of squeals out. Malegus is now bloodied. Oh no, he's not. He's still up above half. He's a good boy. And we're up to Demos now. Demos, what would you like to do?
So the dragon is like flying right now, correct?
It's about to lift off the ground. It's actively beating its wings to do so.
I will cast Chromatic Orb.
At the dragon?
Yeah.
Awesome, and I think you have advantage to hit because of Hire's Cry.
So true. 26.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that'll hit. Oh yeah. That is gonna hit.
And then 18 damage.
Nice. Okay, you blast it as it's flying up. You sort of knock out one of its wings for a moment as it sort of creaks down a bit and catches itself and continues its steady rise. It looks to have been pretty heavily damaged by that move. It doesn't look to have much left in it, but it's gonna fight till the bitter end. Anything else you want to do, Demos?
And then I think I'll move a little bit, and that'll be my turn.
Okay, go ahead and move your guy wherever you would like.
Nice.
As you move, you are set up. All right, the birds go next. Dulam, were you saving your actions for the birds at all?
No, it's for dragon.
Okay, awesome. Then both birds will go. Caw-caw. 2 talon attacks against Jaya. Caw. First one was a 12, Jaya.
Fail!
Nice. Second one was a natural 19 plus 4. Yeah, that'll do it.
That'll do
Not
it.
the natural
That'll do it.
19.
Don't tell me that was a fucking damage.
Surely that was to hit.
That does hit Jaya, unfortunately. As it strikes you hard, it rolls its damage. As it slashes deep for 9 damage to you, Jaya.
I'm dead! No, I'm not.
You're chilling. 2 talent attacks against you as well, Dulam. First one is a natural 13. Second one, 12 plus 4. I think both of those hit.
Mm-hmm.
That's too sad. Alright, first one is an 8 to hit as it slashes deep into you, cutting down. Duelam, the second hit is for 9 damage as it slices deep into you. How are we looking?
I live with 1.
Holy shit, he's up.
Oh my god.
He is up. And if you wouldn't mind doing the horrible thing of rolling 2 more concentration checks for me, please.
You win these.
It's a 15 and a 10, so I think I saved both.
You're chilling. You're great.
Huge.
Great job. Awesome. Okay, that's the end of the bird's turn. Back around to the top. Orpheus.
I would like to fly towards Malegus. So 5, 10, 15, 20,
You buzz toward him quickly. Zzz.
25. How much is he involved with these spiders right now? Is he actively running for them, or like is he stopped to have a conversation?
He is fighting the spiders, but he looks like he's at the top of his game. He looks like you could chat with him right now if you want to.
Okay. What the fuck do you think you're doing?
Orpheus, look, I'm stabbing spiders and
Wrong.
crawling around.
Incorrect, Malegus. You're actually not speaking to Orpheus right now because you let me down another fucking time. Do you understand that?
Let you down. What did I do? We're doing good. Look, I'm stabbing spiders. What are you doing on top of the bee?
Orpheus died for the 3rd time, Malegus. Do you know how much time I lose every time I get jerked back to here to do whatever stupid shit you guys are doing? Do you know how many months I lose on, things that matter?
His eyes go big and wide now as you say that, and he sort of looks at you like trying to recognize you.
Oh, I see what's going. It took me a while to realize.
What did you think your job was? Why don't you just repeat it back to me?
Well, listen, it's not like I had much fucking clue in the first place either, alright? You owe me some explanation at what I'm doing out here, because how am I supposed to do this alone, huh? Where have you been?
I count at least, what is it, 4 to 5? I don't know. A certain number of allies you could be utilizing right now. You don't seem on your own. You seem like you're letting yourself get steamrolled by people who are doing, again, inane bullshit, and you're letting that affect my goals. And for the record, Malegus, I don't owe you anything because you've done exactly fuck all for me. I don't. He's died 3 times. It's been what? A week? 2 weeks? It seems
Fuck
like
off,
you
alright?
might as well not be here. I feel like maybe if he was on his own, he wouldn't have gotten as far as this, and so he'd be alive somewhere harmless, like fucking the material plane. What?
He
Right,
clenches his
Bank?
teeth. Fuck off, alright? I'm doing my best. This is hard enough as it is. You didn't give me much fucking choice when I was doing this shit.
And so now you're going to bitch to me. I really don't care. I really don't care. Just get it the fuck together, all right? Why don't you know what? This is clearly too much for you. So why don't you just take him back to Surkat? Fucking lock him in Samir's back room or something, and just don't let him die anymore. It really should not be this difficult.
He clenches his teeth again and looks at you with sort of this, what you'd almost describe as like an anger, but still he bows his head and he goes, fucking get out of here, alright? What are you still doing here? I wasn't supposed to see you.
I wasn't supposed to see you either. Goodbye. And I want to fly 30, 35. Am I over? If I dropped from here, would I hit the floor? How high up am I? If I was just equal to
right
Malegus.
now,
Or we'll say
if
I was
you were
like a
equal
little
to
above him.
Malegus, yeah, I assume you were already above him. So right now you're about 60 feet up. So if you sort
Oh,
of swan
perfect.
dive head first, you could really do something.
Yeah, I do exactly this. I will just flop off the bee head first straight down.
Excellent. The
And
Orpheus
as
class.
I'm falling, I yell, now you better fucking get it right this time.
Crunch. And I think that's a good place to end your turn, Aura.
Yeah, I would guess.
Mason, can we hear that conversation at all?
Yes, you guys could hear, major pieces of it. It's still pretty loud right now with all the buzzing and being around here, but you could hear a majority of it considering the yelling that was occurring.
That's crazy.
So I don't think Jaya's ever seen this before, because it's pretty sure it's the first time Jaya's seen, when Orpheus dies, Iceland coming back.
I think so.
Yeah, what is Jaya gonna be thinking about this? Sort of
Jaya was
glazes
just
over.
really confused initially. Jaya thought that you were dazed and confused and something just happened to you. Now the buttons are clicking in his head. I don't think he'd know what to do anyways.
That's fair.
Kill you again to bring Orpheus back? That doesn't seem right.
Just doesn't make much sense. All right, that
Kill
is a
him
good.
dead.
That is a pretty solid spot then for Orpheus' turn to be over, right?
Oh yeah, no, there's nothing left to do.
All right.
I
next
want
up-
you, my fellow players, to know this wasn't a Maisie plan. This was something I was informed of as it was happening.
Oh, this is a note.
Yes, I would like everyone to congratulate Maisie on some excellent role playing there.
Thank you.
That is
Thank you.
great fucking role playing. Phenomenal.
Really good role playing there, Maisie. Thank you for some good work.
It's
next
sort of
I
an
will-
improvisational game.
I'm gonna give the butcher's death save, who is dying over in the corner. Oh, and he's dead. It appears that Egret the butcher got a nat 1 on his other death save, that adding up now to 3 failed saves implies him as a dead man. The flies buzz incessantly around you all, as up next is the black dragon, which beats its big black wings against the ground, dust scoring up around it as it lifts off the ground. 5 feet, 10 feet, Duelam.
I want to wait and see what it does. But if it gets like 90 feet off the ground, then I'll act.
Got it.
Basically, I'm seeing if it's attacking or running away, and if it does either, then I'll react.
It looks to rise up in the markings of an attack, Duelam. It gets about 20 feet off the ground now and flaps 5 feet and 10 feet over, right about here. Duelam, do you want to strike it before or after it attacks? It seems to prep something.
Before.
All right, what would you like to do?
I would like to react and use Vortex Warp to teleport it. It has to make I think a con save. Yeah.
Okay, a Constitution saving throw. That is a good stat for him, but we'll see. I know your DC is high. Oh fuck!
Fuck.
The young black dragon did get a nat 20 on that con save. Damn.
Fuck.
That was a cool move, though. I'm sorry. Is there anything else you can do for your action?
I mean that's a reaction, so I can't do anything. I
reaction,
can't even
but-
make him re-roll it.
But I thought you saved your action as well.
Yeah, I mean to save an action, you have to use your reaction.
It is a reaction, I understand. Damn, okay, well, sorry it landed that way.
Okay.
You reach out, but the dragon's sturdy fucking gunky body is just too strong to move him again. He's sick and tired of being dragged around. It hovers over, kind of where Jaya and Hire are. The two of you sort of look up in fear for a moment here, as it, above you both, reaches down, growls something, opens its mouth and lets out another guttural as it reaches down with its hand quickly and strongly down toward its stomach region. It unsheaths its large claws and drags a crooked scar against its belly, carving up its own flesh and pulling apart some sort of internal organ right sort of at the base of its neck and the start of its stomach. You see, as it's cut open, a burst of a hot green acid flow out in a giant splash as it cuts open its own organs, releasing its breath.
Breath.
You guys look up now as acid rains down upon you as it basically cuts open its organ that's used in the breath weapon. Its little acid-producing organ, as it sprays down upon the two of you guys in sort of a little square. As it does so, I'm going to need both of you guys to make a dexterity saving throw.
This is me and Jaya, right?
You and Jaya are the only two being affected by this as it sort of splashes down by you.
Oh, I have advantage, so let me roll another one.
Oh, you do have
Because
advantage.
of my Viagra!
Attaboy. Well, you saved. You got it.
Viagra.
Fat 6 for me.
Higher, that is a failure for you, though. Jaya, is it a success? If you succeeded on this roll, you'll be taking half damage from the acid, but if you failed, then you will be making fucking you will be taking full damage. That is you higher, unfortunately. Let me get my roll in here real quick. As the acid rains down upon you all. Ooh, big total of 33 acid damage.
Ooh.
Raining down. Jaya, you'll be taking half. Rounded down is 16.
Oh!
Zap! It melts all of the nasty rock around you and puddles. You see the drip marks rolling down the side of the gravy boat of this great area, trickling down and burning away at the stone. As you could tell, this was definitely the one and only time this creature can use this move, as its organ is sort of cut open now and it bleeds this gross green acid. Demos, this sort of gives you this weird sort of vestigial cringe as you look at, like, you have one of these organs inside of you that also releases acid, and it's like, oh, it's like a, you know, pulling teeth to see this dragon cut its own open.
No.
Jaya, looks like you're bleeding. Higher, what has happened?
I'm
I
officially
think-
near death.
I think Hire is so like hurt and confused at what Malegus is saying that all Hire can do is just like stare, like I would say like blankly at him as the acid rains down. It's like seeps into the armor,
Oh god.
and Hire falls face forward.
No.
Dead.
No! Oh shit! All our healers are fucked.
God, what if this gives Higher a fear of acid, aka Demos?
I'm already afraid of Demos.
All right, that is the end of the dragon's turn. Up next, wow, right off the bat is Higher Valea. Higher,
yeah,
roll me a quick
baby.
death save.
For those with us, who can see on camera, we can get a little.
Holy
dice
shit,
roll
dice
action.
cam! Woo!
7!
Higher,
Fat
higher.
7.
That's
One
below
down.
a 10 though. That's bad though. Higher. That's below a 10.
Fat 7. Bleh.
That's all right, champ. Higher, I would like to take you to a more quiet scene though, as just as you fall face forward, you wake up in a small room. You look around you. It looks familiar. You've been here before. It's sort of like a little Minecraft skyblock kind of place. There's green grass beneath you, a single large sturdy red oak tree next to you, and around you seems to be sky, and above you clouds, like an infinite blue of calming energy. As you sort of stand up, though, you realize you were sort of laying down in the grass, and it feels sort of silly because all of a sudden all the pain is gone, and you're like, what was I doing? And you see above you, almost like a sun in the sky, a shining white light that seems comforting. You recognize it as sort of an extension of Aether, who now sort of speaks to you from above in this calming, almost like a PA-style voice. Higher, my child. You come here troubled.
Ether, I've trusted so many have betrayed. I keep on giving people chances and it feels all for naught. Please tell me who I can trust.
My child, the point of goodwill is that it won't always be accepted. You must learn to fight for those worth fighting for and move on from those who will not accept your good graces. You are strong and brave and kind, and I know the world has harmed you with its rejections. But you can trust in the light of your savior Aether and those who follow her path, just as you can your own self. Feel strong. And she washes over you with calm, neutral energy that makes everything just a couple seconds ago feel trivial.
I see. So Tick is the only one I can truly trust?
Not so, my friend. You choose who you trust. Your friends, your allies. Can you trust them? I believe it's up to you. For no one is perfect who doesn't worship Aether, of course.
Of course, it's just I feel as if I've made the wrong decision so many times before. If you could just maybe perhaps tell me which party members I can trust, like go down the list one by one.
My child, that is not for me to decide. It is up to you and your wisdom.
I'll do better. If I have another chance, I'll do better.
No need to do better, Hire, for you are already doing best. You do well under my command and my charge, and you perform so many fantastic duties of housing those who we love. More of our people shall befell upon you soon, and when they do, you will be charged with another difficult task. But I know you will do well. I'm proud of you.
I think Kyre has a very genuine smile, and goes, "Thank you. I will.
Good. Now enjoy this small space. It's perhaps the only inkling of serenity left on our plane." And the light slowly dwindles.
I think Kyre lays down to take a nap.
All right, it feels really good, and you feel very calm here. It feels just like home. Every good part of home. And with that, we're going to move on now to Jaya. Jaya, you are covered in acid. It burns, it burns. Your clothes have holes in them. Your hands all blistered up. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna second wind.
Nice.
Let's see how much I can fucking heal.
I'm hurt.
Okay, 1d10 plus 5. I'm just gonna roll a d10 on Google. Oh, great. It's just a 1. It's too bad. Luckily it's plus 5. But it's plus 5, so I'm now back to 17 instead of 11. So I'm on the up and up when you think about it.
True.
I'm gonna shoot this son of a bitch. Shoot that bitch. Shoot that bitch. Really expressing my rights right now. Okay. We don't have advantage anymore on attacks?
No,
Nope.
It is a straight roll.
Okay, well the first one did not do it because it was a 12. And then I'm gonna do another attack. This one does hit. It's a 24.
Nice, that's a good one.
Oh, let's go. 9 plus 3, 12 damage.
12 damage. Woo! Alright, you burrow another hole into this creature, and one of its wings sort of twitches up on it and stops flapping as fast as the other one. They sort of go out of sync as you notice its muscles are straining to keep up with what the brain wants, or specifically what the burrowing flies want.
Fly. So is Orpheus looks like he's about to leave, right? Or I guess not Orpheus, but Iceland.
Yes. In fact, it looks like there's a crumpled, corpse of Iceland sort of in the water.
Oh. Wait, what?
In the basin of the gravy boat, at the very center where all the water had pooled up, right on the edge of that, basically on the lip of it, is a sort of crumpled body after doing a swan dive of Orpheus.
Iceland gets back to Valhalla via killing herself, and having so Orpheus comes back, so she jumped off the bee, so she could go back to Valhalla.
Thank you, Hire. But you're not allowed to kill yourself in D&D.
Now clicking into my brain. Oh, so that was the right route. Okay, I see. Well, Jaya looks a little concerned, but ultimately trusts in what you decide.
Sure, you do see Hire unconscious and dead right next to you. Also.
I can't do shit about that. I am not a healer. I'm sure someone will get you, buddy. Unfortunately, I cannot do anything right now. Well, I guess I could go to you and do a med check, but would that provoke an opportunity attack? I'm still technically in the line of fire anyways.
Walking past the dragon, it would promote an opportunity attack, but if you can
if I walked this way, here, this path?
No, that's okay. You can do that.
Okay. Now would this be an action though?
Yes, it would be an action, which I believe you just
Okay.
used to fire twice, right?
Yeah. So I'm just gonna be here for moral support for a little bit and kind of maybe try to shield his body a little bit
That's good.
if there is any more attacks.
Yeah, it
Fire's
doesn't hurt.
skin and scales bubble with
Oh
acid.
my god. Help him, please.
Yeah, Jaya has quite a few boils on his skin.
We've all got boils. All right. Good turn, Jaya. Next up is Malegus, who, well, what is he gonna do? He's sort of shell shocked right now.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Get it together, Oro. Jesus. Well, he's gonna run over, making 2 quick dagger attacks against this spider. One of them misses. One of them hits with a 21 to hit. He stabs deep for a total of 9 damage. Ooh, killing this spider. Both spiders are now dead at Malegus' hand. I'm going to remove them from initiative. Then he runs over and shakes Orpheus's corpse. Shake, shake, shake,
That's
shake,
the
shake, shake,
noise.
shake, shake. All right, up next, I'm going to have Dulam. Dulam, you are up. You see a molt of acid having just dropped. There's a bird behind you that looks hungry. There's a bird in front of you with like 1 health that looks also hungry. And a dragon that is rotting away. What would you like to do?
Since everyone else who can cast healing is dead, I have to cast mending on myself so that I get sorcery points so that I can get another spell slot.
Sounds complicated. I'm here for it.
So I'm gonna mend myself for 7 HP.
Okay, and I'll remind you guys, you can always do a medicine check on someone to stabilize them. It just won't necessarily bring them, like, back up conscious. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I didn't think of that till after I did my attacks.
That's alright, that's alright. It happens. Just as a notice. But so, you cast mending on yourself. Go ahead and heal yourself over there, Dulam, for your mend.
And then my tattoos kind of glow red as it seems like my sorcery points are restored. And then I'm going to use some of them again to get a level 2 spell slot. And I'll wait for my next turn to cast it.
Good turn. Would you like to move around at all, or are you Jay chilling?
Yes, I'm moving here.
Awesome. Okay. As part of your movement, this bird does want to make an opportunity attack against you.
Oh, it's on the ground? Okay.
It is on the ground. Yeah, it had landed behind you. Just 1 attack, though. We'll see if it hits. It got a 6 plus 4, 10. I think that's a miss.
Barely misses.
Swipes wide. Whoosh. You can't say barely misses. Oh my god.
It's true.
What are you working with? He's sick. He's a sick man.
Oh, I'll show
You're
you
the
what I'm
sick
working
man.
with.
All right. Next up, I've got Demos. Demos, what would you like to do?
I am going to run up to higher, and I am going to cast Thunderstep.
Ooh. All right. What does that do? Well, like, how is that going to work in this situation?
What are you doing to me?
So with Thunderstep, you can actually take someone with you.
Okay.
And I'm gonna take higher and teleport us both out of danger. So the range is like 90 feet, but I think like maybe somewhere over here.
Okay, nice. Does that do any damage to anyone as you cast it? Just as
yes, it's gonna do God, how much was it? 3d10 damage to the dragon.
The dragon is actually off the ground flying, but it will probably get this bird over here.
Okay.
Which is
Cool.
in a nearby square, so the damage still applies. Is it a saving throw? What am I rolling?
Yes, DC 15 Constitution.
Okay, not bad. DC 15 con. Let's see, bird. And that's for half damage, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then I actually won't bother rolling it because he's at 1 health. So as you thunderstep and the loud kaboom echoes out, the bird shudders and drops dead.
Nice.
That bird is dead. Nice. All right, Deimos, you two jump way the fuck over here by the corpse of the butcher. As you come over here, Deimos, you look down and notice there are some flies buzzing over the butcher.
Oh god.
Sort of buzzing around him. And up next, I'm going to have the last bird go. The last bird, having seen his friend just die, sort of looking at how difficult it's been to kill this dragon, is going to roll an intelligence check.
He's so smart.
Not a very smart bird. Oh, but above average. So this bird intelligently makes the decision to flee. It turns around,
Ooh.
begins flapping up, and getting the fuck out of here. Its blue flies follow it as it goes. You notice the dead bird that passed away earlier. The flies around it still sort of buzz around its head, but slowly now are separating out and moving into the invisible swarm around you all. All right, that is the birds then out of initiative. They have decided they are gone. So we come back around now to Sir Orpheus, who you now wake up here, basically.
In this place.
With Malegus shaking you.
So did I hear?
You heard the entire conversation, everything that came out of your mouth, and everything that came out of
Perfect.
You were practically there for it.
Rip.
Okay.
You now are in the driver's seat again, though.
Uh-huh.
You look above your head, and you notice you do still have flies buzzing above your head.
Okay, I have more pressing issues though.
Malegus shakes you awake. You notice his eyes are milky white, and yours are too, as he shakes you and he goes, "Oh, are you back? Hello, who is it?"
Malegus, Malegus, do you still have that handkerchief?
Yeah, I think I got it around here somewhere. He reaches in his several coat pockets and finally gives you a handkerchief and passes it over to you. It's kind of gross.
Okay, I want to wrap it around my fist and then punch him in the face.
All right, you want to roll to hit for me?
Yeah, I would love to roll to hit.
All right, because this is a
and-
surprise, I'll give you advantage.
Thank you. And I also get a D4 bonus for my metal fingers, right?
You do.
Oh, you're scratching him too.
I'm assuming his armor class is above a 10.
Yeah.
Okay, I missed twice. You are a liar, Malegus! You are a liar, and I knew it! I knew it this whole... Get away from me! And
He looks at you confused. Who am I talking to?
It's Oro again! Cause your fucking... wife, friend, associate went back!
Shit, well, Orpheus, we have a lot to talk about, alright? But could we deal with the shit on hand first? And he gestures up to the dragon. I promise, we can talk. He smiles big.
Oh, it's very generous of you, Malegus. And no, I don't want to talk to you ever again. If you want to do me a favor, you should run in that direction until you disappear into the Weft. I can't believe you have the gall to act like my friend after all that.
We have a lot to talk about, alright? I owe you an explanation, yes, but listen, this is more important.
Oh,
and he
do
gestures
you?
up. I think Hire's dead.
Fuck, that is important. And then without saying anything else to him, how high up is this cliff? This one here, the side of the
Each
great boat.
round is 10 feet, so this is 10 feet and this is 10 feet. It's 20 feet to get back up to where you guys were.
Okay.
It is 20 feet from the platform from you where you are to Hire.
Okay.
20 feet sort of slope. You can run up it. It's just sort of like very sloped, so it's difficult terrain. Malegus though had saved his movement to help you up, or his action to help you up. So he grabs you and drags you up,
Okay.
pulling you off your feet to save you the half to unpronate yourself. But that's all he
So-
saved, and it was a
Okay,
bonus action he saved. Excuse me.
I'm gonna send Lettermore 5, 10, and he's sort of flying, at the diagonal. 15, 20. Wow, I can't believe he can reach 25, 30 to Hire. And then through Lettermore, I will cast the touch spell, Cure Wounds.
Okay.
And heal Hire for 11 points.
Hire, as you are daydreaming and suntanning and enjoying a beautiful day, you wake up.
No, I don't want to be back here. Please take me back.
Good morning, America.
For my movement, I will go ahead and start climbing this wall. So 5, 10, I guess I could technically go 17 feet, but I'll round down to 15. So I'm 15 feet up the wall.
Got it. And Hire is awake, and you are up the wall, and Malegus is still shouting at you from beneath. I owe you an explanation, but I promise you we need to deal with this first, alright?
I don't respond to him.
And with that turn over, it is now the Butcher's turn. Demos, you're sort of hovered over Hire now, who's just barely coming to life, as this giant bee sort of runs up to Hire and bumps up the side of him, and He starts coughing and waking up with acid still sort of eating into his clothes. Beside him, however, you notice the burnt, scalded, ballisted body of the butcher from your memories has a quick wisp of blue above his head as everything around you hums loudly with a zzz, and you see a little halo of blue flies appear above his head.
Fuck.
He lurches forward quickly, almost like a zombie lurching to life. He breathes once more, his second new breath of life of the day, and he looks around with milky white eyes and a horrified expression. The second he sees you, he stands up and begins running. He looks haggard. This is like half of a human. There's barely much left of him, and you know he's dead, or whatever underneath is dead, but it seems the flies keeping him alive had other plans, and he begins running. That is his turn. Next up is the dragon. All right. My dragon does not have a breath weapon yet, but is still feeling good about himself. Duelam, where are you right now?
You.
Okay. And Jaya is right here, and Jaya looks really tasty. So, Jaya, this dragon makes a claw and bite attack against you.
No, I don't. I have blisters and bubbles. I look like I'm expired, and I'm wrinkly and old.
I know, you're expired.
I'm gonna die.
First claw was a 23 to hit. And the big bite was a...
Nat
one. All right. The bite goes wide, and he sort of slips underneath its weight as it tries to bite you. One of its jaw hinges sort of unclicks for a second, and its jaw can't even close properly. But the slash lands solid and hard right up against your the soft part of your belly.
Oh god.
As he slashes you for 11 damage. Slash.
I have 6 health.
Ouch. The creature, still flying, flaps 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet over this direction. You see one of its wings flapping faster than the other, so it sort of has to lug itself over here, moving a little slower than it normally would, but it's still hovering off the ground a bit and screeches out another
Same.
menacingly. It looks pissed. Its one milky white eye still open, looks around, looking for something. Scared, perhaps, frightened, maybe. Whatever it is determined to reduce everything around it to ashes. It floats over a bit, and that is the end of its turn. Next up is Higher, who has just woken up. Higher, you come to life, and all the pain rushes back in. That feeling of calmness you felt just a minute ago, sort of just daydreaming, disappears as pain, fear, agony, regret, it all streams back into your consciousness. Welcome back to consciousness. There's a giant bee hovering over you, and you lean forward and you look at your clothes. That new plate mail that Demos just bought you is riddled with acid holes.
Oh no.
I think I turned to Demos and I'm like, I'm sorry for dying again.
No.
And then I shall start my movement. Let me just check the distance on some of these spells. Okay. We're looking at...
And just as reference, it does take half your movement to stand up from being, like, prone like this, so you sort of have to stand up.
That's too bad.
I know. But you can sort of do a little dance when you do it.
Okay, it's fine. I think, actually, everyone's within range without me using a meta magic point. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, not quite, but cool. But if I get up and move closer to everyone, it will. So I'll get up, and then I'm gonna move my remaining 10 feet, and then I am going to almost whisper the word ether and cast mass healing word.
Woo! That's a big boy spell. Very nice.
Which is going to obviously hit Demos, Jaya, Dulam, Orpheus. Has Lettermore been injured? Is Lettermore potentially injured?
Lettermore's doing just fine.
Okay. Cool. Well, not giving this to Malegus.
You guys are haters.
He's evil.
He's
I've
doing his
tried for
best.
so long to be kind to him.
I feel so vindicated.
Cool. All of you guys are gonna heal for 12.
Wow!
Nice, well done. Good heal.
Oh, that's my bonus action, which is crazy.
Yeah, man, you
That
still got
is
shit to
crazy.
do.
I think. Let me double check. Yeah, that's crazy.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Cool. I guess for my main action, I have no fucking idea. So let's see. The enemies that are left is just the dragon, right?
I believe so, in terms of people that you've sort of seen in your quick look about. Yeah, just the dragon.
Alrighty. Sorry, let me look at the distance I have. Alright, honestly, I can't do a whole lot with the weapons that I have. So I'm gonna give Deimos the help action.
Okay, cool.
And that's my
Deimos,
turn?
you are helped. Nice, that is a good turn. Cool. All right, and up next then is Jaya. Jaya, you are badly injured. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna die.
Well, you just healed 12.
Yeah, I'm at 18, so I'm better than before. But
Oh.
yeah, it doesn't look like he's gonna attack me anymore. I think. I hope. He's not facing me. I'm gonna shoot this bitch in the ass.
Ass shots.
All right, come on that bitch. Now what?
22 to hit for the first one.
All right, 22 does hit.
That is 9 damage. And then 22 for the second one. Let's fucking go.
Nice, that hits.
Another 9 damage, so 18 in total.
Nice. All right, the creature is looking pretty fucked up here. Feeling good, looking good.
And I'm just gonna move my character a little bit.
Very nice.
Yeah,
The as you shoot it with
say-
that second shot, Jaya, you notice one of its wings looks to be crippled now. Its left wing, the one on the rotted side, twitches and looks to all of a sudden close up on itself, like it's going into some sort of rigor mortis. The dragon attempts to keep itself upright with its other wing, flapping, but it can't keep itself all the way up, and it sort of tumbles to the ground, landing not exactly softly, but still not hard enough to hurt it, as it slams down and it roars out. Excellent.
That'll yip your last yap there, cowboy.
Oh my
So
days.
good.
That was really choice. Nice. All right. Up next, we got Malegus, who runs up the side of the wall 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and jumps on the head of the dragon as it lands, throwing out his 2 daggers as he does so sideways. He seems pretty energized.
Raise your yeah.
First hit was a 14, doesn't hit. Second hit, 21. The blade lands surely right into the sort of head cap region of the dragon, and he sort of digs it around in there, dealing 10 slashing damage to its skull. The creature roars out as Malegus sort of drags his body along with it and lets himself fall off the side of the head back onto the ground as he shouts out behind him, "Need a hand, Oro!" And he reaches his hand behind him as you're still crawling up, Orpheus.
I completely don't acknowledge him.
Up next is Duelam. Duelam, what would you like to do?
I'll move over a bit and then I'll shoot it with Sorcerer's Burst.
All right, roll to hit, I suppose.
Bursty.
I'll burst you.
It's a 19 to hit.
Nice. That does hit. That is a good hit. That's a proper hit.
And I hit it with 9 thunder damage.
Okay. Duelam, how do you want to finish this thing off? He was not doing too hot before, but this was it. Just a little extra nibbins.
I sort of want to aim for the little chunk on its neck that I chunked
that
out
you
a little
carved
bit
out
ago.
earlier.
And sort of blast at it.
All right, you blast at it. You see your strike land right in between the chunks of the scales that you were digging around in earlier. And sure enough, you see that was the last tick to destroy this creature's neck, completely subduing it. and you see the whole head loll to the side as it roars out once more and falls. The flies above its head continue spinning for a few tense moments afterward, but you see after a while they sort of disappear off into the crowd. Around you all, that loud buzzing is starting to subside now back into a more manageable buzzing that you've been used to. No longer is it obnoxiously loud, but now you have more of a bzzz around you, and you no longer feel endangered of being taken over by this. But for the rest of you guys, the dragon has fallen for the second time, but this time for sure. Its flies dispersed, the boulder birds gone, the little spiders all deceased by the waves below. You're all left with the outcome of this battle. What would you all now like to do?
I'll start walking over to it and start chopping it up.
Yeah, I think Hire's gonna do the same without speaking a word to anyone else. Just gonna start chopping.
You come over and start chopping. It is now much easier to chop with all the new damage you guys have dealt to it, all the fireballs, and you guys keep like digging bullets out of this thing's torso. That Jaya embedded in there. There's lightning scars along its belly. It's a little easier to sort of find damage, use that as leverage, and start tearing this thing apart. You do so. Malegus continues to hold out his hand for you, Orpheus, as you climb up the rock wall. He's got a big smile on his face, and he goes, "Come on!"
I will climb up the wall without his help and crest it at his side.
You do so.
You said you're going to explain yourself.
Aye, that I did.
Do you care to do it before or after we banish you from our sights?
He holds out his hands in a much more expressive way than you're used to from Malegus and goes, "Listen, banishment is a strong word, all right? I'm here on good reason, and I should let you know the same. So, can I request an audience here for my speech?"
So long as you know we're not going to believe a word out of your mouth, I don't object. Say your piece. It's the last chance you'll have.
Aye, all right. He stretches out his back for a moment. You see him spin the two daggers in his hands in a little flourish and sheath them both quickly underneath his coat, throwing it back over himself. He sort of parts his hair just right, puts his hat back on, and you see, again, just floating above his head eerily as that halo of flies. The rest of you now also notice that Orpheus has a halo of flies above his head as well. The two of them twinned in their halos, as well as the sort of milky white eyes that you see looking out upon all of you. To you, Orpheus, nothing feels any different.
Mm.
You just, every time you look up, you see that there's this little flurry above you. You're not sure why it's there and what it's doing to you, but you don't really feel any different.
Okay.
Malegus bows deeply and goes, "Listen, it is a pleasure to meet you all. Probably for the first time since we've last spoke."
What? What do you mean for the first time since we last spoke?
He looks at you confused and says, "Wait, who are you again?"
It shouldn't matter. The truth should be the same no matter who you're talking to.
Sorry, I assumed you were still Iceland in there.
You assumed
But this
incorrectly.
This is Orpheus, yes? Good, right.
Yes.
Well, what I meant is when I first met y'all in Brightbank just a few weeks ago, I suppose it's been, I've been forced to feed you some lies about myself that I'm not very fond of. But I wish to squash those now and field any questions you have for me, and hopefully we can all walk away from this a bit closer. How's that sound?
Speak.
Aye.
Righto, thanks, Hire.
Dead stare.
Well, first things first. I, like Orpheus, am sort of new here.
Excuse me?
He points down at himself. I think this used to be a body I inhabited once upon a time, back when it was alive, but I sort of came into it
What?
recently. Now, this sounds real confusing, I know, but I'm going
Yes.
somewhere with this, all right?
All right.
One day, I was out in the plains, enjoying the fresh air and the limitless expanse that is death. Then the next, I'm waking up coughing, sore lungs, and painful breath, as I'm choking on dirt, as somebody has raised me out of the ground, practically unburied me from my coffin, and I'm staring up at your face, and he points to Orpheus.
It's not my face.
And she said to me, "Listen, I've got a lot for you to do, but first, welcome back." And she brought me up and gave me a hug, and I was confused about that. Awful confused. I didn't know her, but she said I did. She pointed at the little town we were in and said, "This is my home," and of course I didn't recognize it. She dragged me in to meet who she claimed were my parents, who I, of course, have never met before. She claimed that the dog in the den was mine, and of course I had never seen it before in my life. And here I was, just confused out of my mind. But she let me know that I was not the last to be brought up, and she gestures now to the graveyard outside, and I noticed that half of them were unburied. More than half, in fact. All dug up, and those people are free to wander about now. Awful confusing, right?
Sure.
Right? So here I am, not sure what's going on, and this woman walks up to me, puts a couple things in my hands, and he sort of gestures around to his, body, and, she gave me this nice coat, she gave me these daggers. He spins around his old daggers in his hands that he's kept stored in his backpack. She also gave me a couple other weird things, like this key here. He pulls out a beautiful glass-adorned key. Said they were all mine. Said I knew what they were, and I knew when I was going to use them. Of course, I never recognized them before in my fucking life. You see where I'm going with this?
I don't understand how it connects to you betraying me.
She didn't tell me shit, but here I am, right? Still confused, but suppose a little glad to be back. And she says, "Oh no, you're not back for free, Malegus." And here I am thinking, that's not my name.
Yes.
So, who are you?
Well, the way I've come to see it is the space I inhabit right now is the body of Malegus, right? And that was his name, and I could have been him maybe once long ago, but I've long forgotten it. Just like you were, Aphaeus, see?
I see what you're saying.
And eventually she charged me with a goal. She said, "Listen, I'm gonna go after one more person, someone important, that I need to bring back, but I have to go to them." She said this to me, and she said, "I'm gonna spend a couple months away for a bit, getting this person back. You look after my body. It'll likely just sit there, all dull and emotionless, like in a coma." I says, "All right, I can do that, perhaps the least I could do for the person who brought me back to life, even though I never fucking met you before." So she goes off, disappears, and here I am finding you again, someone else, and I'm all real confused again. And it all comes down to this. I don't know what's going on. I'm just trying to get by and do a solid for somebody, and I really don't know how deep this fucking thing runs. All I know is I'm supposed to just keep you safe, and I think I'm doing a pretty good job.
After everything I told you about what she's done to me, why wouldn't you tell me that you knew her, that you were working for her? If you truly had nothing to hide, why wouldn't you tell me?
To be honest, I don't know what she's doing, and I don't know what your allegiances lie on either.
Me. She's tearing apart Valhalla. How could she be in the right, Malegus? She took me captive. She forced me from my own body, tore me from my plane and my people.
I don't know her.
What possible justification could that be? You know me! So why are you siding with a complete stranger? Why are you helping her ruin my life?
I don't know. Here's my answer, right?
Yeah.
She sounded so rational when I was with her, right? So sure of this plan that made so much sense. And I looked around and I saw good. I saw people alive again. I saw a whole town risen from their graves, back to work, back to being bakers and being farmers and being all that they like. And the truth is that they looked happy. And so I imagined this goal was good. And true enough, I thought she was good in her goals. And so I imagined that this was all just some big misunderstanding, and soon enough she'd be back for good and you'd be back for good, and we'd all just forget the whole mess.
And so if her goal is good, who cares who she hurts in the meanwhile?
I mean, I know you're here and I know that sucks, but I've been trying to do my best to make it pleasing, at least appetizing.
Appetizing?
Malegus, does she not have some way to bind you to stay with us?
What does that mean?
She's brought you back to life. Has she threatened to take that away if you don't do as she asks?
He looks a bit worried about this as you say it, but you see the worriness sort of dissolves quickly into a grin as he goes, I don't feel that way at all. She's a kind person, I think. She cares, at least with that
about
town,
herself.
with those people.
Oh, great. So she cares about her friends, and who cares how many other people she screws over. Malegus, I have a country. I have a people. Riddicy is fighting for the betterment of all my kind, and you've torn me away from that. And she's trying to tear Riddicy away from that.
I didn't know what was going on. I didn't have the information.
I've
And
told
to be
you
honest,
all of that, Malegus.
well, what I'm saying is now I feel like I'm finally awake. I feel like I can finally do something about it. Before I was in this fog. I was just in this horrible fog about everything. I was just so confused and, I don't know, just quiet about it.
Take this clarity. Make something new for yourself. Whoever Malegus was, whoever Malegus is supposed to be, based upon Iceland's design, forget it. Become your own self.
He looks at you when you say that higher and sort of nods in understanding and spends a couple moments thinking and then sort of gestures out his hand and goes, "Listen, it's a pleasure to meet you, all right? I'm me."
And what about you? Didn't you have somewhere you belonged before all this? You just left it behind?
Fuck
was your
yeah, that
purpose
place
before
was
she
sort of
tore you
shit
away?
compared to here.
Well, I mean,
What?
now you have sort of free will, don't you? You don't have to, you can choose for yourself now.
He's been choosing for himself for a long time, and he's chose to lie to us over and over again.
The place I came from, and it feels so fuzzy and distant now. It's barely like a dream. I sort of lose a little bit of it every day, and he gestures to Oriface and goes, "I'm sort of sure you know what that feels like."
Have I been forgetting my home?
Remember it pretty well. And you sort of visit there kind of frequently now, too, so it's not like it's disappearing from you. So you don't exactly yeah, that doesn't sound like what you're experiencing.
I know what that's
But
like,
it could be
Malegus.
your experience.
Thank you. See, someone gets it.
Malegus, I don't know what that's like, because I want to go home. I didn't want my body to be stolen by someone who's trying to steal my queen. How can you be so callous about all of this? About what she's doing to me and what you've helped her do to me?
I was just so, and he clenches his hands back and forth now like he's trying to wrap his head around something that he can't even explain. I was just so foggy. I'm telling you, I feel something now, something real, something alive, something that tells me that what I'm doing is a good thing, right? And there's motive. I feel it now. There's this motivation that I know what to do now, and I can help it. And I know it's too late for the admission, but I thought my candidness now could help in a conversation of good and in figuring out the next step. You see what I'm saying?
I'm glad it can bring you some clarity, but you certainly have no place with us anymore.
You can't imagine we'd believe a word from your mouth, Malegus.
What do you mean? You did before? What changed?
That was 10 lives ago, more maybe.
No, you don't understand. I'm more me now. I'm more real. I can finally feel alive.
And who are you? If not Malegus, who are you? Where did you come from? What are you like?
Well, the place I came from, I'm not quite proud of. It was sort of this den of sin, and there was a lot of lust, and again, not proud of it. But well, it's true, and I was not at all proud of the place I came from. You know, it was a fine enough place when I was there. There was a lot of sex and drugs and rock and roll and all that. But when I came back, I finally felt alive for a bit, and that sort of faded after a while. But I felt it, and that was nice. And I feel better here. I want to be here more.
Good for you. So all the things you said about being part of a cult, leaving the material plane, was that all made up too?
Yes, I don't know where my fucking broken arm came from.
I see. How did you even... Never mind.
I'm sorry about lying to you. I don't know. I just found things around me that sounded sort of realistic and used them in this sort of fabrication that I'm not proud of. But at the time, it's just, I don't know. It's just what I thought I had to do to at least make some inroads with you all, so I could keep an eye on you for long enough to get away from all this and get back to normal, to get back to living.
Why not just stay in the material plane? Why harass us at all? What was the purpose of that?
Well, I didn't think it was harassing per se. I just thought I was doing it my duty to keep an eye on you, like I promised.
Spy on me for Iceland.
Not spy. I'm not trying to get information out of you. I'm trying to keep an eye on you is all.
Why do you
You're
trust her so
complicit in
much?
holding a body captive.
Yes. Why do you trust her, Malegus? So she put you who Or not, Malegus. She put you in this body, and you didn't remember it. Why would you trust her? She could be a mad woman just putting souls in bodies that don't belong there.
He looks at you.
You said you met Malagus's parents.
That's right.
Do you think it's right for her to put another soul in their son's body and loose him on the world?
They didn't know. I wouldn't have told them that. That would have been heartbreaking.
It's almost more horrible that you didn't tell them. Now they think...
Their son is alive and's abandoned them?
Yes.
They were all in favor of this idea to help Iselin. I mean, she was the savior of our town.
Of your town? It's not your town.
No, but I don't know. I like this life now. I don't want to leave it. I suppose maybe I was Malegus one time ago, and I could become that again.
There's no reason you need to become Malegus. You should find yourself anew.
But that's what I mean. I was there, and it was good, and I was happy, and I'd like to do that. It was nice. It was enjoyable for me.
Well, I'm glad you've had such a good time of it, Malegus, but you don't even know who that is. What if he's horrible too? If he was friends with someone who would do something like this? Well, it could be an insane town. It's not right to bring people back from the death, especially not against their will. A town based on necromancy? How could anyone be part of that willingly?
He sort of purses his lips for a moment and looks at you with this pained expression and goes, I know that it's sort of frowned upon to perform black magic in that way, but I really do think it was doing good there. I mean, I was there, I got to see it in action, and I was impressed by the quality of the work I saw. I was impressed. I was happy with it. In fact, I felt like it was doing well. People were happy. I don't know.
These things don't just happen. There was a cost somewhere, and just because you're not the one who paid it doesn't mean it was just or fine or right.
Well, that's why I want to come up with a solution with you now. I've got the facilities. I've got the motivation. I've got the experiences that I feel like I can do to help. I want to help. Let me help.
Even if that involves going against Iceland?
Well, to be honest, it seems like what you're telling me is that she never really had my best interests at heart. Is that what I'm to assume?
Maybe she did. Maybe she didn't. It doesn't matter who she's doing it for if what she's doing is wrong.
I agree. I'm getting in your head space about this, just wanted to get it all even.
I don't know. Maybe you are the soul she wanted to bring back and she likes you for some reason, or maybe she believes you are Malegus, or maybe she just is mad and wanted a soul in that body to feel like things were right, but it doesn't matter.
His lips purse again, and he goes, I wish I had told you this earlier. I wanted to many times, and I know that doesn't excuse it. Of course it doesn't. It's a shitty thing to do. I had kept it going for so long, and I really did trust her implicitly. And this fog, this just horrible fog, felt so oppressive. It was like I had a fever every second of the day.
What is this fog you keep talking about?
It's lifted now. That's what I'm saying. I feel better. I feel like I can finally do something about all this.
It must be something for the flies. Maybe they're helping alleviate some sort of spell, something cast upon you.
He shrugs his head and goes, I'm not sure, but that sounds right. Listen, I don't want you to feel like I'm some sort of enemy here, right? I want to be a part of the solution, not part of the problem. You get what I'm saying? I want to help. And if doing so...
I don't know if you can change your mind at this point, Malegus. You've so willingly been part of the problem the whole time I've been here.
I've just been looking after you. How's that been a bad thing? Isn't that good? For you at least?
You've been lying to me the whole time. Every time I begged you for answers. Because I knew I was right. And you just keep lying. No matter what. How are we meant to trust you at all? You claim to have this change of heart. It's not the first time you've even claimed to have a change of heart.
He points to Hire now and goes, maybe it is something about this like, I don't know, this here strange flies or something. Something's given me this newfound, I don't know. He looks around sort of pleadingly at this point.
Yeah, just like when we left the material plane and you were free of the cult and now you're going to be different. Or what was it the last time? I don't know. You were like lonely and so you're going to change your ways that time. And now there's flies, so you're going to change your ways once and for all. It's not
Yeah,
believable anymore.
The cult thing
Who's to
wasn't
say those
great.
flies are permanent too? I don't know if those effects are gonna be permanent, and even if they are, I don't know if it's you making those decisions there, partner. I don't think it is you.
We want you to have clarity, and we want you to be able to move forward, but for reasons that should be obvious, that can't be with us.
Listen, what if I just sit here a second and come up with some sort of idea, all right? If the goal of the party is to send people back to their home planes, then maybe we can come up with something to send Orpheus back for good, right? And I can leave y'all after that, and that can be that. But at least I'll finish what I started here.
Who's to say what side you're going to finish?
He looks at you now, Orpheus, with this like milky white eyes that just look sort of alien to you, and he speaks slowly and affirmatively. And again, these are emotions that you haven't really been used to Malegus sharing. And he sort of sounds almost pleading with this, and he goes, "What I have with you all was realer than I ever had with her. I should have seen it and mentioned it a long time ago, but something kept me from doing it. But now that thing is sort of washed over. It was all like a bad dream, and I feel better now, and I feel like I want to do something, and that's such a damn good feeling, and I can't wait to take advantage of it, and I want to start now."
Can I cast a spell on you, Malegus?
What spell? He looks at you confused.
I want to cast Identify. I think possibly she'd put something on your body that was restraining your mind, and now that you're... I sort of look up at the flies, not in your body. Maybe it's lifted. But I want to cast Identify on Malagus's body.
Go ahead, be my guest. And he plops down on the ground.
Okay, I'll spend a minute ritual casting Identify.
All right, he tosses one of his daggers over to Hire for you guys who are still chopping away at the dragon.
And perhaps Deimos could probe within the mind, see if anything is particularly unusual.
That's a great idea.
Malegus looks at you and gives sort of a scared expression, but then he returns back to neutral and just gives a unspoken nod.
All right then, Malegus. I only do it if you truly want me to.
He nods again without saying anything.
Okay. I will cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay. He fails the save on purpose.
Nice.
Holy cow.
And you dig right in there. While this is happening, I just want to give a quick shout out to Duelam, who is chopping away at this fucking dragon. Duelam, you've officially started making what I would like to very handsomely call chunks.
Oh, yeah.
You've got some big pieces of meat all in different areas. You know, you're sort of treating this like you would cutting up a nice fish or perhaps some sort of bird that you're supposed to eat. Maybe like a duck. You gleam into your memory board of memories of chef's recipes. You chop off the wings, you chop the tail off. You can finally get through the neck all the way to get the head off, to just get these big chunks that you guys can start carrying back.
I'll also help
All right,
desiccate
Jaya,
this
yes,
body.
You helped. You guys are just fucking tearing this thing apart. And it does take a while. It's not easy, but now that there is sort of downtime, you get a lot of chopping. It's definitely a workout too. Jaya, this might be like heavy exercise for you.
Oh, it's good for my bones.
All right. Deimos, you dig and pry and probe into this mind.
All right. I'm looking for anything that would confirm what he's saying right now.
Okay. You start digging in, and you are just hounded by this plethora of memories from a time that wasn't on the material plane. These like images are shot past you all at once, and you sort of see his like mind is bored open to you, where you get all these like brief snippets of conversations that aren't in common and don't sound like any language you've ever heard of. And vivid pictures that sort of look like, let me think, how do I want to describe this? Like, I guess like the best way I could describe it, if I may, is, you see like a swirling, chaotic fever dream of fire. The fire I describe is not like literal fire, but more like heat. You see shadowy figures sort of wrapped up in embraces with each other, like bodies twisted in lust. You see giant arenas of pain and cries of anguish mingled with laughter. You hear all sorts of sounds of violence and love and hate and lust. You see rivers of molten iron for a split second. You see skies of red fire and plains of salt. You hear whispers, half sensual, half menacing, slithering through his mind and into yours, echoing promises from some previous life of grand riches and greed and lust and pride and all these sins that are typical with someone who likely went to hell. But as you sort of delve deeper and beneath the surface, you find that there are these like fragile threads of humanity. The violent reds and smoldering shadows are sort of pushed aside by cracks of cool light. You see a steady, quiet pulse of willpower, sort of trying to hold back the tide of corruption in here. The images of sin are pushed aside for you now as Malegus sort of gives you a tour through his mind for a second. You poke around and you look for answers in what he was describing, and he shows you these quiet scenes of apologies, of him apologizing to ghosts of the past, of desperate yearning for a simple existence. It's like a feeling of being in oil atop water. It's like the remnants of all the nasty stuff are still beneath you, buried there, but right now you're in this cool, simple area of him showing off his, what you'd like to imagine is like a side of change, of transformation. It's no doubt to you that there's sort of like a battleground going on here, but beyond the guilt, there's resolve. You find resolve to want to change, and it feels fresh and it feels strong. And I describe this all in like strong emotional context. Basically what he's actively thinking right now is, I want you to see all of this. He says to you, I need you to know what happened and what I feel now. And I know that might not forgive everything, but I just need you to see it all.
Also, am I sensing the presence of the flies at all?
In here, you don't really sense what you'd imagine are flies. In a sort of a, like, typical sense, when you're delving into someone's mind, you go directly into their mind. And here, it's no different. You're not exactly sure what the flies even do, like what their purpose is. Before, it sounded like they were maybe mind-controlling people, but now it seems not quite so. Orpheus and Malegus seem pretty standard. You don't really feel their effects in here. However, you see them. They're right there, and you can definitely not miss them at all. But they don't seem to be doing anything in his head that you can immediately detect on your exploration here.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, Orpheus, you finish your identify.
Okay. Should I read you the spell? Because they did change a little how it works for living creatures.
Oh, sure.
If you touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it.
Well, first thing, it's glaringly obvious. Detect thoughts.
Yes, makes sense.
This creature does have detect thoughts all over it.
Mm-hmm.
Atop that, on Malagus's person right now, you sort of feel the wispy edges of whatever these flies are doing to him. It's sort of that same feeling as when you identified the fly itself, where you got that, like, connection to some sort of, like, otherworldly force for a moment. And you sense it there for a moment, and this sort of confuses you, Demos, because you don't feel it inside of his head, so something's not connecting here. But you feel it on the edge, and beyond those two things, Orpheus, there are no spells cast on Malegus.
There's not a spell on you.
He shrugs his shoulders, sort of in confusion. And where do we go now, then? What did you see, Demos? Maybe you can set the record straight? He smiles.
Well, I saw many things within Malegus's mind, and it seems what he's saying is true. He has had quite the unsavory past, perhaps when he was dead. But there is. It feels like there's clarity now, and that he genuinely does want to become a better person with this second chance he's gotten.
He nods his head up and down really fast, like agreeing.
And honestly, I'm having a hard time seeing why we shouldn't let him have this second chance.
Oh, party discourse.
Malegus, did you steal from me the night of the drinking contest?
He shakes his head no, solemnly. Inside of his head, Demos, you see he does agree with this. He didn't steal from Orpheus.
I just... Well, what I don't understand about all of this is that Samir told me Malegus was the person...
I didn't steal this from you either, and he pulls out the glass key. I didn't know you had one. Genuinely.
No.
Honest.
I know you didn't steal that from me. I see that.
I didn't
I never
know
thought
you
you did.
had
I
it.
just
That's
thought
what
we had matching ones. But
We do.
Samir
Isn't that
told-
interesting?
Well, not really. Iceland probably just gave that to you.
He
But-
sighs. What are you saying?
I'm saying, Samir told me Iceland said that not you, but Malegus was the person she trusted more than anyone else. So why would she trust a ghost she just resurrected?
Because
Unless
think-
it was this body.
And he says this sort of hesitantly, and he goes, because I think we're supposed to be, like, related.
Related?
He nods his head.
You and Iceland? Or Malegus and Iceland?
That's right. But you see how you and
Like-
I are so far detached from that?
Yes.
He shrugs.
But, okay, so did she think you were the right one? When she put you in Malex's body, how long was she there with you after?
What do you mean?
I mean, did it seem like she got it right? Like, she thought you were acting the way Malegus would?
Honestly, it didn't seem like she spent that much time caring.
Isn't that... I guess... I don't know. It's very strange. And
She introduced me to the townspeople, and the second I woke up, the first thing she said to me is, "Your name is Malegus, and you're my brother." And I said, "Okay."
ugh.
It's like she was telling me that, you know? Like,
So she
you know.
didn't expect you to remember it? Because that's strange.
I suppose it is. I didn't think much of it, to be honest.
Do you feel you are Malegus, or do you feel you're someone else? Did you have a different name where you came from?
Yes, I did.
What was it?
He seems hesitant now, before he answers this, and Demos, you sort of see the answer before he even says it, sort of floating around in his head. But he sort of stops for a moment and goes, "Listen, I don't want you to think of me as someone, like, all of a sudden different, because I'm still, but I'm not this body, but I don't know anymore. I don't know, I sort of like this name now, and I want to keep it. Is that so wrong?"
I don't know how to answer that.
I mean, if you don't feel like you're Malegus, I think that name belongs to him.
I mean, I know, but just what kind of a fucking name is Malegus? Isn't that a weird fucking name?
Okay.
It's just like
I don't know if you're in a
Malegus. It
position
sounds.
to make comments like that.
No, that's why I love it.
Malegus
Oh.
and Iceland. They're strange names. But what was your name?
He sighs, and he goes, "Promise you won't laugh at it."
No.
Promise.
Promise you won't. I promise you will.
I'm not going to promise that I won't.
I
Okay.
promise that I won't laugh if it makes him feel any better.
He looks at you all embarrassed and goes, "Can't I just have Demos tell you?"
It can't be that bad, Malegus, compared to everything else you've just admitted to.
Yeah, you're right. Where I came from, I called myself Zuen Rianos, or just Zoo.
Zoo?
Yeah.
It's not as stupid as I thought it would be.
Pretty fucking.
There are
lame.
worse names.
There are
don't
worse
know.
names. It's not that much worse than Malegus, actually.
What? I thought it was pretty. I liked Malegus more because it sounded tougher.
Zoo and Rianos. What does it mean, something? Where do you come from?
I don't think so. It might. Not very intelligent in those kind of spheres. Etymology.
You
and
can
whatnot.
also make a name for, I guess, who you feel like you are now, because maybe it's not Zoo or Malegus anymore.
Somebody new? Well, can't we just go by Malegus and pretend nothing happened?
No, I don't think we can pretend that nothing happened. I mean, it's
Well, obviously not nothing. You know what I mean.
So
I
wait,
know, but
if
I
you
think it is important to mark this event for yourself. I mean, if it is truly a change of heart, I don't know. I guess my fear is that these feelings, although they are true now, might not last forever.
if you only know Iceland for like, what would you say, like an hour to 2 hours a day?
Perhaps.
What do you mean, perhaps? Yes or no, or a more elaborate
Well,
answer?
yeah, sorry. I'm agreeing with you. I'm not sure where we're going with it.
Why do you keep mistaking me for her? Haven't you known me much longer than you knew her?
Yes, that's true, but I knew her first, and to be honest, yes, that was the first impression I had with that and your body. I mean, you can't mistake me for that. Besides, I still, at least for a while, felt like what I was doing was looking after your body for her, but I've made the change, and I'm better about it.
Can we
Get what I'm-
hold you to that?
Aye, you can.
Because although I do want to believe that this is true, and I acknowledge it is how you indeed are feeling right now. Who's to say that won't change? I mean, I think the situation can be volatile.
Aye, that I agree.
So I think so long as we can agree to, keep yourself accountable and agree to that, I think, we could move forward.
Very good. I agree. Well said.
But I don't want to speak on behalf of everybody, so that's just how I feel. But I do understand, Orpheus, that, it might be more difficult for you.
I don't know.
We also don't have to decide it now. I mean, you could take a little bit of time to think about it. And, obviously it is a betrayal nonetheless. So things won't be,
It's
all dilly-dally for a while. But maybe, we can take some time, process it, and, decide what to do.
And I can make it up to you. That's what I want to do.
There's just so much I still don't understand about everything you did and why you did it, and I don't know.
What else is there to
Orpheus-
tell? Let's discuss it all.
Why did Father Luces know you? Why were you able to walk up to us when you did, when we were on trial in Brightbank?
Well, that was all sort of engineered. I mean, Iceland gave me her plan to venture off into some distant land to return this other figure and set me up there to intercept your body, and so I was just happened to be there when you were there. You see what I'm saying?
And why were you so excited to get off the material plane? You were celebrating like a madman. You said you'd escaped a cult, but that was bullshit.
He sighs deeply now and goes, perhaps a part of me was just happy to get away from her, maybe. I'm not sure.
From Iceland?
Aye.
But you went through... She opened that portal for you, correct?
I'm not sure. She just said a portal would open. I'd sort of assumed.
And she wanted us to go through it?
Aye.
Why?
He looks at you with this blank stare that, like, shares you in all the world he does not know. And Demo's sort of rooting around in his head. At least what you're presented with here, he has no idea why.
Sort of cat.
I guess we could use it to our advantage now, because, I mean, Iceland doesn't necessarily know that we know now, right?
True. Tactical advantage and whatnot.
So, if anything, I think that, if you really want to show that, you've grown, you've changed, I think this would be a great way to do that, is to help us, figure out what exactly Iceland is planning and maybe try to intercept that while we have the advantage. Definitely don't want to give this up.
I can do that, and I like to think I've been helping with other things, involving what the rest of you plan on doing as well, in terms of your goals and whatnot. And he smiles. I really do mean the best for the group of you. I just want to express that the best way I can.
Well, you have certainly helped contribute to many group functions, but
Thank you. I think so too. I've been a very good boy on top of it.
Still, I think there are things that we need to work through with Orpheus. I will say, I do believe it is possible that we could almost summon Iceland and, with restraints and with detect thoughts. I feel as if we do have the ability to figure out
Oh, that's
her exact intentions when we want.
that's
It's a
an
fine
idea.
idea.
Back in Sudaked, you could tie me to a chair or something, poison me, and we could get some answers.
No,
If
I
you're
don't like
willing
the
to
whole
do that,
poisoning bit, but I can help.
I could jump off something high then. How's that? That's what she does to me.
Yes. Suppose she does.
I don't
That's-
quite love that one either.
Yeah,
but
that one sort
I
of
think
sucks.
we should try to keep the fact that we know about Malegus a secret, though, just so I feel like, in war, you take advantage of any advantage that you might be able to have, and if you don't know how to use it right now, you might be able to use it later.
It's not how we ever did things in Valhalla, but I recognize that this is all very different than it was in Valhalla.
We have some time before we could even do this. We still have to get this dragon back, get back home.
Right.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
take a second to think about it, but
And I
I
know-
learned many things from my wife, and that was one of them.
And I understand
Wait,
all your
cutting up a
hesitancy.
dragon or being a spy?
Well, kind of being a spy. She planned a lot of our attacks.
Oh, she sounds like a wise woman.
Yeah, she sounds
If-
super
She
hot.
is.
a bit
Dishonorable.
Is
And
she
you
hot?
might think of it that way, but whoa, buddy, she's my
Was she-
wife.
Was she hot?
I mean, to me, she's extremely attractive. I mean, or otherwise, I wouldn't have been with her. But
Good answer.
I don't
good
see how that's
answer.
relevant to the situation right now. I love and respect my wife. She is beautiful. I love her.
It's okay.
This guy, he loves his wife.
We'll get you back. Malegus, sorry, just still wondering.
I,
So you have or have not paid for prostitutes?
Yeah, I was
well,
also thinking about that. In
that
hell, did you still have to pay people?
yes, I did, and I still did, and that all was true.
And there was money there?
Well, of course. You think hell doesn't have capitalism?
Well, if anything, that's the perfect place for capitalism.
What a strange afterlife you come from. It does make me wonder what you did when you were alive, but I suppose that was a long time ago.
I don't remember it. Does that help?
Oh, I don't either.
See, that makes me feel better about it. You and I are in a similar boat than a more similar boat than you know.
In your hell, did the other ghosts remember what they'd been like alive?
Aye, often they did.
They did, really, but you didn't.
Well, I don't know how long I, was just chilling around there. I sort of got a little life that I made of myself.
Huh. For now, we should cut up this dragon body in Oh god, it is a really confusing name. Zuanrianos?
No, see, let's just go with Malegus. I like it more.
Malegus? You
Aye.
can stay with us so long as you answer any question I ask you. Honestly.
Aye.
No matter what?
I stand by it, and I won't let you down.
Alright. Then.
This is new Malegus, Malegus 2.0. Sort of elbows at you and points at Nulam and shakes his hands.
What? Alright. I'll start cutting at the dragon.
New
Okay.
Malegus upgrade just dropped.
Yeah, I feel like we're on our, fourth new Malegus.
What? No, this is like the third new Malegus. You're confused.
That's far too many.
See, that's just rude. I do my best. All right, you guys get back to chopping then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Conversation's out of the way. Malegus hesitantly joins you all. He seems a bit nervous about the whole thing, but you guys sort of hashed it out a bit, and you all came to a pretty solid conclusion here. So, back to hatching. I won't make you guys roll for this. It just takes a decent amount of time. Hacking and slashing at this dragon. At about near the end of what you would imagine is how much you need to chop off for it to be carryable, the nighttime ends and the morning begins. And to remind you, on this planet, the day and night cycles sort of change over almost in the blink of an eye. So as you guys are sort of chopping at this dragon in low, dim light, with the rolling clouds above. It's almost like somebody flipped the light switch and it all of a sudden gets bright out, and all of your eyes sort of have to adjust to the brightness, and it burns for a moment and it sucks. But you adjust and you like kind of look around, and it's this harsh, bright light that shows off the morning. Very unpleasant.
Hey,
I want to
sorry,
fucking get out of here.
What happened to the butcher?
The last you guys saw of him, he had flies buzzing around his head, and he was running off into the distance.
Great.
That's all right. We can figure that out when we get to it. Just another loose end.
Just another loose end.
So, Duelam, what'd you think of that conversation? I noticed you were listening in. Do you have any thoughts?
Hello, Malegus 2.0.
He smiles and gives you a thumbs up. That's the spirit.
Have you ever actually seen the ocean?
He sighs, shakes his head slightly, and goes, to be honest, I was sort of making up what I knew about it from the oceans where I came from, which were a bit more wretched.
Well, perhaps we can see them together.
Yeah, you think so?
Yes, when you return to the material plane.
He sort of elbows you and goes, it's a bit more complicated to get me home, huh?
Quite.
He elbows you and looks for some sort of reaction from you that I'm sure you don't give. Yeah, all right.
Keep shopping.
Chap.
Dulam, if I can say, if there's anything you want us to do, we'd love to do it. Wouldn't want to be like this dragon. You're very powerful, is what I mean to say.
Thank you. Most like me are not this powerful.
How did you gain such great capabilities then? Do you know?
Unsure. It happened when I entered that portal.
Oh.
Interesting. I think there's much about the portal and all of what is that play that we are yet to understand.
Wait, so does that make you some sort of big fancy guy, Duelam? Big fancy guy from some big fancy dimension?
Do you not remember of my plane?
Well, I've never been there.
Well, it is very perfect.
You were describing that. I knew that. But I wasn't sure where you stood there, you know? Or why you're here, for that matter. If it's so perfect, why leave? Sorry, that might have been too personal.
To make the material plane as perfect.
Well, you're doing a pretty good job. He gestures to the dragon, at least chopping that thing to fucking shreds.
Thank you. However, this unit has not been in the material plane as long as it would like to be.
You'd like to be here more?
No, the opposite.
Oh, I see you want to get back to the material plane. Oh, I'm with you, buddy. This place fucking sucks. And after a few more moments of chopping, you guys have basically chopped this up into some draggable pieces. Duelam did a pretty successful job of basically slicing these pieces to be more or less in the shape that would be easy to drag up the side. So with some, very delicate and not too sloppy rope making, you guys can slowly start hauling this stuff up the side of the giant gorge that you're all in.
Whoa.
All in flesh.
Yeah, so Mose, like I was saying, what was your relation with that guy, the butcher, who ran off, or at least his sort of corpse ran off? What was up with him?
Oh, well, I guess you could say he was sort of a past acquaintance from the plane I used to be on.
Acquaintance? You guys nearly fucking killed each other.
Well, yeah.
In fact, you did ask us to kill him, so that did happen.
Yeah. Let's just say we weren't on the best of terms. But
well, suppose there's nothing wrong with that, but
Why did he say you were in danger from the other people of the court?
Well, in the Plane of Kings, there was this one specific ruler who technically owned me. And well, you see, escaping the plane, he did not like that, not one bit.
I see.
Well, I'm sorry for reviving him. I just couldn't really stomach seeing him fall. You're safe with us, though. We'll make up for the revivification.
You did fine, Hire. I know that's your go-to.
Perhaps something that should be thought twice before doing next time, though.
I will say the end result was the same. The flies got to him. And
That shithead got away, too. Damn.
the next diamond's on me.
I will say, Dulam,
Hello.
that man back there, the butcher. Unfortunately, I think you might be in a bit of danger now.
Hey?
How so?
Well, in the Plane of Kings, magic isn't really something one can perform there. It's been blocked off, one could say, from the web, from the eve of magic. And so, for many a decades, the plane has been looking to source or create one such as yourself, a sorcerer, someone where the magic comes from within, because they could be able to, let's say, cast there. And I think that's why the butcher was somewhat elated to find you.
Interesting.
Well, none of us are objects to be owned, including you, Deimos, and Dulam, and Malegus. So,
Thanks, champ.
Thank you, Haya. Haya, you seemed a little upset after you came back.
I just miss home, is all. And
Weird.
you know, coming back was just the the acid, it was a lot all at once. I apologize for misspeaking,
It's okay, Haya. It's a tough role you have.
but we made progress today at least.
You know, that's very true. There was a lot of good progress made.
Uh,
Besides, look, this dragon's all chopped up. We've got the rope set up. Let's just start hauling, and maybe what we need is a nice sleep that'll put us in a better headspace, right?
Just not here. We need to get to Sarkad, please.
Aye. Let's get home first fucking thing.
Thank you.
And with that, you guys drag the dragon up
Whoa.
and out of the gorge. You are all pretty exhausted now, and actually, if you guys aren't gonna rest now that it's wrapped back around to another daytime, and you have looks to be about a 3-hour drag ahead of you, if you guys are not gonna rest, I'm gonna make everyone roll another Constitution saving throw for a potential exhaustion.
Oh.
Exhaustion times 2.
Can I bless everyone for this, or is that out of the question?
Bless everyone for this. I am gonna say no. This
Fair.
is sort of a more abstract thing, and it just wouldn't work that way. But good try.
Con?
Constitution. Ho.
I got
So
a
we're not
big
gonna-
9.
So we are gonna keep going?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
You got a
No
big 9.
rest. No rest.
I got a 3.
No. Please.
18.
Fuck.
Oh, that's a good
16.
roll. That's a good roll.
Oh, I got 20.
Woo!
I mean, not 20. I got 18.
Nice.
I got a
Alright.
big 9.
Yeah, big 9, baby. Big 9. So the cutoff for this one was a 14.
Your con is -2?
I
So-
did -2 because I was already exhausted.
Oh.
So if you guys got... Yeah, that is true. It really does build on itself, huh?
Yeah.
So if you guys got below a 14, you gain 1 more point of exhaustion. If you already had one, then you gain a new
Woo.
one. Or if you get a second one, which is another -2 and another another set of -5 movement speed. Luckily, you guys are hauling right now. You're not sprinting, so it's not a big deal. But if you guys want to add that onto your characters and basically just add this to your emotions, how you're feeling right now, you guys are pretty fucking tired.
Yeah, I think we've dealt with emotions for the year.
Time to go to
Gosh.
fucking bed.
Orpheus, I can carry your load since you look like you're in a really bad shape.
Whoa.
What do you mean I'm fine?
You just look a little tired. Just just keep walking. Keep those legs moving.
All right, sir. Just keep walking. I like bump into your shoulder as I walk.
Can I ritual cast Tensor's floating disc to help us out?
Holy shit!
Oh.
He's got the
Go.
fucking disc. Yeah, you fucking can. You get the disc out there, baby cakes.
Nice.
What does the disc do?
Can't believe you have the fucking disc.
I don't know the disc.
It carries basically up to like 500 pounds worth of stuff.
Holy shit. Oh, that's so fucking epic. Okay,
Which is
then.
awesome. So
I
you
think I
guys
would
can
let-
haul on a decent amount of your pile onto this thing.
Okay.
I can't believe he's got the floating disc. Ew. Alright, so you guys pile on a decent bit of your piles onto the disc, and Demos, you can sort of run this thing behind you. It lasts for an hour, so you sort of have to recast it every once in a while, but it doesn't take that.
Nice.
And you guys slowly make your way back to the town of Alms. It's a long walk, a long, exhausting walk. The majority of you are tired on your walk. Even mouthy Malegus does not speak much on his walk. But he does seem to carry his own weight and then some. He's got a lot more pep in his step. You notice both in the chopping up of the dragon and now the walking, he seems to have way more energy than normal. You guys return now, and it doesn't go beyond any of your knowledge that both Orpheus and Malegus both have these halo of flies above their head for the entire walk, and no one seemed to said anything about them yet.
Oh. So
Yeah.
about those flies. I'm gonna stay my distance away from you.
Me?
I feel as if the flies might be helpful to Malegus, but Orpheus, I don't know if I would want to keep those if I were you.
They put me somewhere so far away when I first got them.
How do you feel now, though?
I don't know. I feel so tired. Maybe they're sucking the life out of me.
It has been a long day.
It's been the longest day.
It's been
Here's
a
my
real
question,
fucking long day.
Malegus. Why were you so mad earlier? Before the fight back in, the city, Alms? What put you in such a foul mood?
It was just because we had discussed at length and quite beautifully, I might add, the visiting of the ocean, the sea, and I was looking forward to that. I wanted to see it with you, with all of you, and I thought we were going to go there first thing, so I sort of leapt there and was excited and was saddened to find out that you guys were sort of busy playing doctor.
That was it.
Well, yeah, that's about it. He sort of shrugs and gives you a goofy smile that seems to give off that he didn't know any better.
Where do you come from? Does everyone act like that?
Well, time doesn't really mean much, so we can sort of just waste it at our leisure.
That's not what I mean. I mean getting so angry at such a small inconvenience and not telling anyone why you're angry and just acting badly.
No, that's not something people do where I come from.
I see.
I suppose you're telling me I need to get my act together. Aye.
I just don't understand you.
Well, I don't understand you, but I'd like to.
I yawn and go to bump against Jaya, and then remember Jaya doesn't want to touch me. Just walk.
You just got the flies, and I just,
Giant.
it's not a good look if a hippo is next to some flies. It makes me look like I'm nasty.
I'm infected. I understand it.
This isn't. It's only the other one where you get it if you touch it right.
Which one?
That one thing. That one disease.
I think he has fucking chlamydia.
I sort of slap at
Yeah.
the flies. I've never been sick before.
Okay.
Do you have things to
I
look forward
believe
to?
you.
It's the truth.
It's just respectfully, I just have kids at home and I can't.
I just can't get sick right now. I just can't get sick right now.
No worries, I'll get there. Just keep walking.
You guys eventually make your way back to Alms. You breach the outside of the city, and for most of you guys, you're so exhausted by this point that you're just ready to keel over and call it a day. But the day is not over yet, because you are still hauling this great fucking beast. You see the people of Alms are all impressed and surrounding you as you drag in this huge cart as well as this floating disc and all you can handle of dragon meat. It's putrid, it smells bad, it's rotted and fleshy. For those of you guys who are having to carry this by hand, which is still most of you, at least a chunk or two, it smells horrific. And after the couple of hours of walking you've had to do, it's burned its way into your nose at such a strong level that now you just feel like everything smells like this rotting stench of nasty putrid flesh. But you get there and the villagers are eerily quiet when you arrive. Nobody says a word as you make your way back. Eventually, though, the village elder, the last day you were here, just like later the night before, because you've been pretty fucking active, runs up to you all, and she looks concerned almost. Not exactly happy, not what you'd expected, but she runs up and goes, "Oh, what is this? You finished?"
Yes,
Yep.
we did your task.
Good fucking god. Did you fucking sleep?
No.
No.
Christ. Yes, drop it off. The people will take care of it. Just leave it right there.
Good. Bring us Frederick or Ellen.
Yes,
We need
no,
him.
come inside. Let me get you some hot soup or something. You look haggard.
No, we don't need that. Please just bring Frederick.
You can't just return now. You need to rest. The travel back to the waypoint is another 3 days.
We can't teleport from here with this box.
What box?
Just bring us Frederick. We'll figure it out.
Yes, of course. Please come with me. And she grabs your hands now and pulls you along with her, leaving the dragon meat behind. You see it all piled up and the villagers all surround it, almost as quickly as the vultures did, grabbing pieces and scales, pulling them off, measuring them, and almost immediately figuring out ways to use this beast. It is quite a feast if it was used for meat, and all the scales alone could be enough to build several houses made entirely of scales or tools for lifetimes. You've definitely done a great good for this community in terms of your benefits.
I almost forgot. Vama, can I take one of the dragon scales with me?
Please, yes, take whatever you like. Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to get one scale that's like maybe the size of my thumb, and then if I can get 2 little ones that are the size of, like, from the knuckle to the end of the thumb, like 2 littler ones.
Okay, it takes you a while to find some that small. This beast was pretty big, so each one was about the size
I'll
of your
go straight
hand.
for the armpit. I know what I'm going
All right, I know what you're doing.
Oh.
Base, very bottom of the tail, the real little.
Not bottom of the tail. I'll go for the armpit.
What's wrong with the bottom of the tail ones?
That's where the poop comes out.
Oh my god. All right, you grab a couple, peel them off. They're hard little black dragon scales that you can now add to your inventory. I'm
Cool,
sure
I
Demos
pocket
gives
them.
you a look.
Yeah, Sir Orpheus, what are you doing with those?
I just think about it that way. I just wanted to get a little souvenir.
Oh, a souvenir. Are you going to be
Sorry.
cutting into me next? Taking a
No.
souvenir of me?
I mean, it's like, if there was another mammal and you took leather from it, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Oh yeah, I
Right.
think I should take some fingers off the next human I kill. Good idea.
Well, you don't have wings, Demos. I didn't mean any, offense. I just never seen a dragon before.
Demos actually looks a little sad at that comment.
No, Demos, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Demos,
So sad.
we won't be like him.
What you fucking did?
Okay, fine, whatever. Keep
No
your
takesy backsies.
keep your souvenirs.
I'll stealthily put my giant scale inside of my bag.
Make him roll. Make him roll.
Yeah, do you want to roll a stealth check for me on that? It feels right.
No, I would never stealth. I do
Oh,
it in front of everyone.
never stealth. You never ever stealth.
An honest man.
He doesn't
man.
lie.
An
A
honest
man about
it.
town. He's a man about town. Honest it. Very good. All right, you you grab the scales. I guess you are grabbing the scales, right, Oro?
I mean, I think I've already grabbed them.
Just double checking, just making sure you know what you're doing. All
I mean,
right,
they're
and
probably valuable.
somewhere out there. All right, you grab the scales then, and you guys make your way into one of the tents. This is not the infirmary tent that you went to before. Instead, this looks to be some sort of private domicile tent. You make your way in. Vama leads you quickly now and opens the tent flap, sweeping it aside, gesturing in, and you see in the dull light of the day, sort of streaming through the heavy tapestries of the walls around this tent, you see inside is Frederick. He turns around with that sunken expression, the blue flies buzzing above his head, and he nods to you and goes, "It is time."
Yes.
Yes.
Good. I already have my things packed. Is there anything else I might need?
I just
Do you
wonder
have
if we need
any-
to close a portal.
Type of climbing gear, perhaps?
I have a little, but I can tell you now I am very unproficient in that.
We'll figure
We
it
have
out.
a bag you can sit in.
A bag I can sit in?
Don't worry too much about it.
Okay.
Frederick, how do I get rid of these? And I'll sort of wave my hands over my head.
His face goes stony as you say that, and he goes, "Get rid of them. Why would you want to get rid of them?"
I see. Do I feel that way?
Not exactly right now, but you look around and it doesn't seem to be hurting you in any way, and a part of you feels like, it doesn't really matter to have them or not have them, but you don't feel compelled.
I suppose that's true. I guess I'm not sure. It's not like it's my body to begin with.
Exactly. It doesn't really matter, right?
Is Vama still in the room?
Yes, she also has the blue spinning flies above her head, and she sort of nods at you and looks at you curiously.
Vama, could we have a moment of privacy? Just us and Frederick?
She nods again and slowly steps out. For those of you, you're a pretty big group, so you can't all exactly fit inside this tent easily. But for those of you outside, you do notice that she sort of looks back inside the tent for a moment and then steps out and just sort of stands a few paces next to it.
Everyone, crowd in. Yeah, everyone, come on.
All right, do you guys all want to crowd in?
Yeah,
I'll start
get
shoving
some
in.
Malegus wax.
I crowd in, but not on the same side where Orpheus is. Probably facing opposite to him. Just I don't want those dirty, nasty flies.
All right, fair enough. You crowd in a bit, and Vama is still sort of standing on the edge, but she can't quite hear what you're saying, and you can tell you're somewhat obscured from what's happening.
I'll take out the box. Do I know? Do we have to go back to the waypoint to use this?
You look at it, the button that you would press to go back home, you'll recall there's two buttons on here. One is sort of like a vortex. The other is a mountain range. The one for the mountain range is grayed out. This makes sense. That's where you came from. And the other one on there, which goes back to Circad, the twisting sort of spiral one, is also grayed out. You don't quite know what that means, but, pressing it doesn't actually depress at all. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't seem to work.
Fuck. Okay, we are going to have to climb home.
And Deimos, here, the thing you used to help us carry the corpse, it can't take us up, can it?
No, unfortunately, it cannot traverse such gaps between caverns.
Understood.
All right. I guess we're going to need to sleep the night here then.
Wait, shit. What's the problem?
The button, it's all grayed out. I think Vama is right, and we have to go back to the waypoint.
Well, fuck
Well-
that. There's got to be a faster way.
I
I
mean,
don't know.
we could.
How do the people of this world traverse? There's no way they take as long as we do.
It's a good question.
yes, we
Frederick,
could ask.
Frederick, how would you go about getting to the waypoint?
Frederick looks behind you as if looking for someone who could still be there. Ideally, Vama, the behind you. He looks back towards you now and sort of looks out again and looks back toward you guys again and cocks his head.
Out with it, Frederick?
I'm not sure that there is an easy way to go now, but maybe once we get walking, something might come to me.
All right, that sounds good. We should just start the climb then.
I have everything I need. I'm ready to go.
I'll sort of look at my friends. All right, shall we depart? Jaya, did you get what you came here for?
No.
I'm sorry.
Not in the slightest. I did not gather any information that I wanted.
About Gravy, right?
Yeah, but
I mean, we didn't really stay here that long to explore it all. What's the hurry again? It's because of the time shit?
Yeah.
yeah.
I would prefer to get back to Tick and Samir and Father Lucius as soon as possible.
Make sure Samir's okay.
Yeah.
You guys could head back, and I could stay for maybe a day more and figure stuff out. Maybe a few hours more.
But I don't want to lose you for a month. Perhaps we can research Gravy together, but back in Circad.
Why did you come here for
Well,
Gravy?
this is. I was given a tip and that I could find more about him here.
I mean, there's lots of people here. Someone might know something. It might take a while to talk around and figure it out. So
Yeah,
it's
I did hear some, but like the guy I heard it from, his name was Whispers.
Trent whispers.
Trent? He's a liar and a con.
you know that
Yeah.
guy?
Oh, I met him briefly. He told me I could find, or that Gravy could have been from here. So I just, came to see if they had any animals, or if like, I don't know, maybe he was native to here, maybe he was a little mutant and tested on or something. And I just wanted to know.
I will say there are not many animals here, so
Yes.
Mostly seems like
Yeah,
birds and spiders.
I think that also makes me even more curious.
Trent whispers is a con man.
Oh,
I'm not sure he would have told you the truth even if he knew it.
We've had a run-in with that guy before.
Malegus had quite the run in. They got in a fist fight.
I beat the shit out of him.
so you're
Like-
sure that I cannot trust him?
Well,
it was
I
an
don't-
unfair fight, but yes, I would not trust him.
But we
Well,
don't know
the
for
beginning
sure.
Malegus was winning, it was fair.
Well, thank you.
Don't let it get to your head.
I don't know if we can completely
Well-
rule out his shit. I mean, supposedly he sells maps that you can leave the city from, but none of us have seen them become successful. Though maybe people are using them to get in and out. I mean, hell, there's a whole group of scholars that live in Sorcad, and they somehow get out and out.
Zavrix lets them in and out.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh.
Yes, that is what it is.
Well, that makes a lot more sense. My guess was much more outlandish than that.
It was indeed.
Well, regardless, I don't know if we can completely write him out, but what do you think, gang?
To me, it seems unlikely that this place is connected to Gravy, but I wouldn't be opposed to asking around.
Yeah, could I at least talk to the townsfolk for maybe like an hour or so, maybe a little less, just to.
Yeah, we can spare a day for sure. It should give us all time to rest a bit. I mean,
Yeah.
perhaps we should sleep the night here, or the day. I don't know how much further I can go on.
I think we should at least hear what our options are for getting back. And I look at Trent.
Oh, this is true. Maybe
Huh?
we walk Frederick, a mile out of town and start setting up camp, and you meet us there when you're done asking around, Jaya.
Are we gonna beat him?
No,
No.
we're just going to set up camp.
Why not? He looks so beatable.
Because that's not how we do things here.
All right, fine.
That sounds like a plan to me.
Right, I wish you luck, Jaya.
Ah.
All right, and with that, you guys make your way with Frederick out into the rocks, and you leave Jaya behind in this little village. We'll start with Jaya. How would you like to go about your investigation here?
I guess I haven't heard that many details about Gravy, so I think I would just maybe go into town and. Was there any sort of like food shops around?
This is a medieval, proto-medieval village. There are animal hide tents that house people. There's no signage. There's no shops. It's a tribe. You're basically inside of a tribe. You're not sure if anyone sells anything here. You're not even sure if they use money.
Okay. I'm just gonna go out and just talk to random people.
Okay, you begin walking into the town, and everyone sort of watches you suspiciously. You approach one person who sort of shies away from your gaze, and as you begin talking to them, they speak quickly. I do not wish to talk to an untouched. And they run away.
I'm sorry, I haven't been touched in the way that you want me to be touched.
You find somebody else and attempt to talk to them, and you sort of get a similar response where they avert their eyes from you, and as you sort of go to say something, they go, I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable. Please, you did great for our village. You helped us by bringing back the carcass of the dragon, but we ask that you leave. You are not welcome unless you are touched.
It's for my daughter. I just need something to help her. I haven't seen her in a while. We've been separated out of my, I didn't have a choice about it. And now I just want to get back home to her, and I want to make it up to her because she is just about 3 years old.
I have a daughter too, actually. She was killed because she was untouched. Please leave.
Jesus Christ! I'm so sorry for your loss. I cannot imagine.
Thank you. I appreciate your kindness.
I'll be on my way then.
I'm sorry to send you off in this way. It is had to be said.
So, is there any way I can make myself look like I was touched?
What do you think that means?
Like, God, because the people who look touched, do they look sickly? But that might just be because they're fucking starving.
You look around, everyone looks really hungry. They all have those white eyes and the blue flies above their head. They're all wearing about the same clothes, like animal hide in standard leather colors, dark browns and tans as well. Everyone just has this really raggedy hair that looks like it hasn't been washed in many, many, many months.
Hmm.
You said there was a lot of artwork here, right?
Yes, in fact, every single tent that you can see around here seems to have some sort of piece of art on it. It's quite charming. They all have their own, each individual tent has its own design along the side, and the walls of each of the nearby rock faces are chiseled away and statue carvings, and there's even some sandcastles on the beach.
Mm-hmm. Did we notice any that had that were specifically animal based artworks?
Yes, actually. Surprisingly enough, there are a couple that seem to be animal based. There are a few that look to be large, sort of four-legged beasts that look sort of like buffalo, maybe, or something of that same sort of large behemoth size. Additionally, you find there are some drawings of the spiders. They like to draw spiders in sets of 3, with one sort of trailing into the other as if it's following.
Mm-hmm.
You also find some for the birds as well. There even seemed to be a beautiful piece of art drawn to basically celebrate the killing of the dragon. You see a crowd of sort of stick figure-like drawings, a la cave paintings, surrounding a black dragon that looks to have its head cut off.
Nice.
None of the drawings here, though, look to be of a, which I assume is what you're looking for.
Come on, baby, give me cows or tentacles. one or the other, please.
And the cows, or give me death.
Was there anybody in this town? There was somebody that we know in this town, right? Or
you guys didn't really have any connections in this town. The one connection was supposed to be Frederick, the man who you guys are trying to get out of here now, flee with.
Mm-hmm.
He was the one, sort of remaining connection left, but he is, he's basically going with the group now, and he is no longer in town.
Yeah. I guess oh, God. Oh, God. How can I convince these fucking people to talk to me, man?
You gotta talk to me, man.
Could you bring Malegus with you?
Is he touched?
Oh, he's been touched, all right.
So rude to Mally.
I feel like if I bring Malegus, I fear that more people would hate me.
Your choice. What do you want to do?
I mean, what does it mean to be touched?
You can also bring Oro.
Yeah, he does look touched, and he has a fly.
I've never been touched by anyone. I am a virgin through and through, and I'm proud of that fact.
I walk back to the group. Guys, so I realize that if I am not, touched in the way that these people would like me to be touched, they will not talk to me. And, you two have the flies on you. It kind of looks like you've been touched too. Um, could one of you maybe help me talk to the townsfolk?
I can. Yeah.
No, Orpheus, you stay here with this new guy. All right, I'll help out.
Don't tell me what to do. I got this.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, off you go then.
Alright.
Just promise Malegus that you won't say anything mean to these townsfolk.
I
Not a
promised
word.
Malegus I won't. Wait, what? Oh, I get it.
You sit down. You sit down, hun.
Okay,
Just
we're all a bit tired.
get some rest.
Uh,
Yeah, just close your eyes.
he is even
Yeah.
worse than I am. I close my eyes. Not that you can tell because I have goggles on.
Oh, are they not clear?
No, they're not. I don't think.
They're sort of
Bitch,
friendly.
how do you
so-
see?
It's
Oh,
like
is it like a mesh?
sunglasses. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like
Mhm.
imagine like welding
see.
goggles almost.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay,
just sit
Malegus.
here.
Come on.
I'll come. All right, Orpheus, you stay here. Aye. Attaboy. And Malegus follows you off, Jaya. You guys return to one of the people, and they sort of shy away from you, but you notice they do sort of seem interested in what Malegus is saying, and he sort of leans in and says, "Listen, just answer the ladies' questions, and it'll all be all right. Excuse me, answer the gentlemen's questions. Who am I saying? Got lost there for a minute. Answer the gentlemen's questions, and it'll all be fine, all right? Can you do that for me, friend?" And they'll sort of nod their head up and down with big bug eyes, and he'll go, "Right, you're a good lad. All right, they're all yours. Have at them, Jaya."
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mally.
Aye, just here to help the crew. Oh, whoa.
So, back to the crowd. Have you folks, I see that you are struggling with food, but I do see that you guys have animal hides and stuff. Did you guys used to have farm animals here?
No, we cannot farm. There's no soil to keep them fed. We would slaughter them too soon. It is not. No, it is no.
Have the soils always been infertile?
Yes, it is impossible to grow anything, and the wind is too strong, and it is. And the person in front of you sort of looks frightened, and for a moment you're given this sort of look like something might be wrong, and they look at you with scared eyes, and all of a sudden they calm back down and go, "No, we do not have this sort of wildlife."
Okay. Also, I just want to say, just as a quick aside, if there's anything you're uncomfortable with sharing, saying, don't feel pressured. I don't want to stress you guys out more than you guys have already been going through a lot as is. So
The head bobs up and down quickly.
Next question. Have you guys ever seen any tentacles? Kind of like an octopus. Big, long, little tentacly arms.
The woman you're speaking to sort of tilts her head sideways like she's confused, and she looks at you with these sort of sharp, curious eyes and goes, "No, I've seen nothing like that, but if you would ask Vama, the village elder, she has been around longer than any of us, and if anyone would know, it would be her."
Oh, could you take me to her?
Yes, of course. She's just this way, and the figure sort of wanders off in one direction.
I follow her. I might bring Malegus with me still, just in case. Yeah, I'm gonna bring him.
You bring Mally with you.
Yeah, Malegus, do you mind accompanying me?
Aye, whatever you want. I'm here to help, I'll just keep an eye on everything. Just consider me a little passenger in this little fun exercise.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Aye, I'm just I'm still planning my.
It's like a flea. This is along for the ride.
I'm still planning my big move where I can help out in some way. So just, hold me on the line. I'm good. He smiles and gives you a thumbs up.
Thank you, much appreciated. I do
of
like this renowned sense of kindness within you. It's a very light and airy change from the comebacks that you'd have.
Well, you know what they call me? Light and airy Malegus. Gives you a sort of crooked smile.
Yeah, we'll keep working on that. We'll get it better.
The group of Malegus and Jaya make their way to Vama, the woman that you had met just earlier. Jaya, this sort of tall, slender woman with an emaciated form. She turns towards you now with those milky white eyes and the flies buzzing above her head, and she goes, "Yes, what can I help you with?"
Hi. Could I ask some questions?
Yes, of course. Preparations are going well in deconstructing the monster you have brought back, and I believe Frederick is given to you. Our accord is done. Thank you for assisting our village.
Yeah, of course. I just had a few, curiosities I just wanted to inquire on about. I was curious because I do see that you guys, don't have the capabilities to grow livestock, but presumably you had livestock at some point. I see people, with animal hides and stuff.
Yes, well, we had it at some point, but as you speak, it is not something we come across easily. Most people who end up in this dimension are shoved here by force. The creatures here usually end up here accidentally, and most of these animal hides are brought from livestock that were transported here on accident, or from some of the local cuisine, such as the large bugs that live in the deep holes, or sometimes the birds, or the beasts that live out on the waters. She gestures out to the ocean.
Oh, and have any of these animals from other dimensions been like a cow or like some sort of beast of burden? If you don't know what a cow is, it's just a four-legged creature, kind of goes moo. Is white with the black spots. He sometimes goes moo.
Yes, I know
Have you seen any of those?
Yes, I
okay,
know
have you?
the cow is.
Well, I don't know what kind of animals you come across around here.
Mansplaining
but
what a cow is.
Not often cows, I will tell you. It is not often.
I'm taking my role as a man very seriously. Okay. Have you had any around here?
None that grow here naturally. Why are you searching for a lost bovine of yours?
No. Have any of them had tentacles?
Her eyes widen a bit as you say this, the milkiness sort of creeping in, and she goes, "Tentacles? No, none have arrived here with tentacles, though there was a time that we would make them that way, yes."
May I ask why?
Well, there was a time back when we had just a few livestock, some cows that arrived here with one of the early elders, back in our earliest days of this tribe existing. Back then, we had no need for just the bovine creatures. They couldn't mate, they couldn't eat here. It was wrong. We didn't have the room, and so of course we found the time to contact some other folks that were nearby who knew a thing or two about creating violent deals with other planar creatures. And this led to all of our cows gaining tentacles, and this allowed them to survive without food or water or air. And they bred for a while this way before they were all slaughtered, each in their own, and killed, of course, and eaten.
Oh, and were there any side effects to said tentacles?
Side effects? None that I can
Like, did they
think of.
ever, glow red? Get bigger or change?
Just like hypothetically.
Just curious.
did they ever get bigger or change? She looks a little concerned as you guys are talking about this weird shit, and she sort of looks at you, a bit confused still, and goes, no, not really. I suppose, though I was not kept in charge of livestock, that would have been my forebearers, the previous elders before me. In fact, I dealt very little with the what they so lovingly called their devil division.
Oh, how cute.
Yes, quite.
Let's just say hypothetically, I found said cow, a cow with tentacles, and it is now glowing every once in a while. Do you have any recommendations?
You'd have to get in touch with the devils that created that beast.
Do you know where I could find said devils?
I am not a man of the. I'm not a woman of religion in such a way. I'm sorry, I don't have the tools you need for that. But what I
it's
can
quite
tell
alright.
you is that these beasts are quite dangerous. They don't come from this plane. They are mostly born of the 9 hells, and therefore should be treated with the utmost severity.
You don't think they could ever be, loved?
What is your goal? You want to love them?
I feel bad for the fella.
Sure. Love it. It doesn't bother me whether you do or don't. I just don't want you to get hurt is all. They are dangerous.
Interesting. Okay. This has enlightened me quite a bit.
I hope this helps on your journey. I'm not sure how it does, but I still work. I pray for you. That's all.
Thank you. Pray for him too.
I will, yes.
Okay. And with that, I tip my hat to her and I walk away with Mally in hand.
You drag Malegus behind you. Malegus sort of turns and goes, "What the fuck was all that about?"
You remember Gravy?
Oh, your shitty cow. Yeah. What? You finally ate it?
No, I kind of hit him because I didn't know how people here
You
would
hit
react
him with
to
your
him.
car?
No, I hid him. I hid him around here. I was scared people would eat him.
Oh, well, that's a good idea, because he does look kind of tasty sometimes.
Leave him alone. Don't eat my baby. But I just, since I heard from your friend whispers that I could find somebody here that would know about him, or or at least, they have some sort of clue or lead to it. I guess now I know that Gravy's dangerous. And
Yeah, I guess you
maybe
learned
I
where it came from,
shouldn't
and we
have
need to
him.
talk to somebody who knows about religion. We could talk to Hire, maybe. Hire knows something, I thought. Maybe. It's hard to say.
Maybe he has a god. Maybe he can ask his god if this cow is good or bad.
It's a fine idea. Let's ask him. And with that, I will pull us now over to the rest of the crew with Frederick. You guys have dragged him away from Alms now, out toward the rocks, and he's fidgeting with his hands uncomfortably, and you notice he has this huge knapsack on his back, the sort of like camping sack that someone would bring if they're going out for a while.
Seems like a lot for when you were planning on just staying a few days.
Oh, well, I assume we'll be there at least a couple of weeks, right? I need all my tools, my materials.
I don't know. Maybe. So what was it that you couldn't say in front of Vamos?
Oh, yes. As I'm sure you know, the people of the town have sort of come to think of their little halos as just that, a sign of an angel, or perhaps some sort of extra-planar thing keeping them alive. You see, it keeps away that interplanar horrible curse that befalls the entirety of this realm. It is a sickness, that infection that we were discussing.
I see.
And, well, they don't want to get rid of them. But I think I know a quicker way, though it could be dangerous.
To get rid of them?
Yes, exactly. A way to get rid of them.
I see. So you want rid of yours as well?
I suppose I do. Is that so wrong? Well,
No,
I don't
can I-
know. Go ahead.
I think I know the way as well. I've been thinking about it.
Well, what is your way? We can compare notes, as scientists do.
You remind me a lot of a friend of mine. It has to do with the tentacles on the ground, doesn't it? If we go to them, they'll pick us clean.
Yes, exactly. Well, perhaps we can combine our ways?
And how is that?
Get rid of our flies. He looks behind him sort of nervously, which still makes me a little uncomfortable. I worry they are, in fact, keeping away some dastardly disease that is infecting me.
But once we're out of here, we won't get the disease.
Well, yes, but what if I already have it? A lot of people here got it from the infection, you see?
And what are the symptoms of this disease? It makes them want to go in the ocean?
No, it is a disease of malaise. He sort of looks between all of you guys now and looks back at you, Orpheus, with this sort of suspicious look and goes, "Were any of you infected by this that you know of?"
I don't. I think about Malegus.
I fear I might be, but most diseases are curable.
That is true. I'm just I'm just.
I mean,
looking
Hire, have
about.
you experienced new symptoms since being here?
Mr. DM, have I?
You haven't felt really any different, Hire, except right now you are tired, like you are plumb tired. You sort of want to rest for a while and like chill out, but besides that, you feel about the same.
Yeah, no, I feel normal.
That didn't fucking sound normal. Just saying.
I'm very normal all the time, especially now. Thank you.
Right. Listen, I sort of want. I understand if you want to remove your infestation. It is a sort of nasty disease to have, but I think I might want to keep mine just out of safety.
You can get it back once you return here, but I don't think you should bring those to Surkad.
You think this would be a bad idea?
Well, you say they protect you from the disease, so perhaps they're worth it here, but a parasite can only... the purpose of a parasite is to feed off its host. And maybe it's sapping so little energy you don't notice, but what about on a civilization scale? If everyone in Surkad is having 2% of their energy sucked away? It doesn't seem like... I don't think we should risk bringing that there, but if they're simply flies living on us, perhaps the cure... The one man wanted to go swimming, so maybe to stay underwater until the flies die. Do people in your town bathe?
No, not basically ever. It is,
Where'd it go?
the water is too cold and salty. It doesn't really add much.
I see. I think we should go to the beach, dunk ourselves, then start climbing.
He sort of nods his head up and down, and responds, "Aye, that's a good idea. Let's go and let's circumvent a little bit, just so we can go around. I don't want the people there to see us too much. You understand?"
I agree completely.
Good.
We don't even have to go all the way to the beach. We could there's water in the bottom of every ravine, so first ravine we climb down, we can dunk ourselves.
Yeah, fine idea. Let us make our way.
Alright. I mean, we should wait for Jaya to come back.
Oh yes, of course.
You said you know our friend Samir, right?
Yes, the name is familiar to me. Why?
Oh, but you're not friends.
Not close, no.
Alright. You have very similar scientifically wired minds. I don't know.
I am not a scientist on the traditional scale. I work here. You look at the space I work with. There is a destruction and death all around me. I'm barely so much as a scientist as I am just perhaps the smartest person on this fucking planet.
And humble too.
Aye. Well, hard to get used to this sort of lifestyle of giving and taking each day, barely surviving. It is tough.
It sounds.
All right, so you guys wait for Jaya to return. Jaya, you
I'd take a nap.
take a minute to return after having learned your information, but return nonetheless, and the rest of the group is sort of hanging out here waiting for you. Hey, did you learn anything?
Wait, who was that talking to me? Is this Malegus?
This is Malegus. Hi, it's new Malegus, actually. I'm a better Malegus than that other Malegus we were dealing with.
I guess that gravy's, a devil spawn.
Well, that's no good, huh?
No.
That's great. Can drop him off with Malegus.
Crazy.
Oof.
Dulam
Zinger.
roast.
That was a Dulam zinger.
Bazinga. Apparently these folks get creatures every once in a while to come through the portal. I guess presumably against their own will. I don't really know. But they mutated these, creatures, and one of them was Gravy, to have tentacles so that they could live in, this area because they can't really reproduce or, live here because the soils are so infertile and they can't grow any crops to maintain the livestock. So they had them mutated, and I guess I want to ask Higher if you could maybe inquire your god about Gravy. It seems like it was some sort of religious thing.
I don't know how much my goddess involves herself with devil deals, it seems, but I could certainly look into it, and I don't think that necessarily means Gravy is bad. Gravy hasn't harmed any of us in any way.
Oh no, I don't think Gravy's bad, but she did say that, or like the town's leader did say that to take caution, that Gravy could be dangerous.
Didn't we already know that, Jaya? I mean, Dulam told us like several weeks ago that it was basically a fucking devil spawn. Right, Dulam?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't want to believe it.
Well,
I did hide Gravy in one of these tents. I was scared that they were gonna eat him.
Wait, we have to bring him back? Hold on.
Wait, where is Gravy? We need to... Or how do we know that Gravy hasn't been found by someone else by now?
Hit him good.
Shouldn't we go check on
the fuck are we
Tim?
supposed to climb out of here? I guess we can put him in the bag. We'll have to put him in the bag.
Maybe set up some defense?
I feel like he can fend for himself.
No.
I can protect
Well,
him.
I didn't really have anywhere else to put him. You guys I didn't want to leave him with you guys, and it felt like leaving a cat behind.
He would have been killed in Father Lucius's ambush, so I'm glad you didn't.
How about this? Our worst climbers can stay in the bag with Gravy while our best climbers climb as fast as possible.
Well, Sir Orpheus, when Iceland took back over, I saw she was able to ride that little bee of yours quite sufficiently with her weight, so maybe we could all hop in the bag and you could fly us over.
I could...
That is a good point.
It's a bit scary, the idea of being up there with just a tiny bee beneath me, but I could try. I'll summon Lettermore and try to sort of like climb on top of it. This like house cat sized bee, and it lifts me.
You start climbing, and it sort of it hums loudly against your weight, and sort of threatens to slide you off. And as you sort of climb on, you slide right back off.
I really have no idea how she does that. Oh, I have another question. Malegus, that one time you woke up in like a frenzy and threw a lot of notebook papers into the river. What was that about?
He looks at you with sort of dumbfounded eyes, and then a slow smile creeps over his face, and he goes, "Well, that's really fucking embarrassing. I forgot about that."
What? You forgot about that?
Well, it was just a lot of written plans, all about what me and old Iceland were doing.
And they were plans that you had written?
No, it were plans that she gave me. Written, of course.
And you threw them all in the river?
Well, yes, I had already read them, so I knew them, and I didn't need to read them anymore, and that was right
love
about,
the
I
Blair
think,
Witch Project.
first I threw it in the fucking river. That was about the first day that I met you, Orpheus, and I was sort of still on Iceland's side, so to speak, no offense. And at that point I was just like, oh shit, I need to get rid of these so nobody suspects me.
We can talk about in detail what every word of them said. Yeah, at another time. For now.
The short man, again, just the boy, really, Frederick, sort of holds up one of his hands as you guys are discussing here and goes, excuse me, may I place in a brief comment?
Yes.
It's sorry to interrupt your conversation. It's just you spoke of these holes in the ground, and the thing is there is actually a rumor among some of the untouched that travel in and out of our town. The tribesfolk wish not to speak of it, but I hear the rumors nonetheless, and the folks that tell me that these holes in the ground have a potential to lead off-world. Listen, we're all very tired, and I feel like we're thinking dumb here, right? We're not coming to solid conclusions. What if we just try the whole idea? It just felt really good. I can tell you're all having trouble with this, and listen, the leader of the village, Vama, knows a lot of this land. She knows exactly how long it would take to sail. She knows exactly what happens in those holes that she told you not to go in. But, of course, she has somewhat alternative motives, meaning she wants to boost the, I suppose, survivability of her tribe. So perhaps she wouldn't spread this information unless it actively helps her, you know? Every information has a cost, right? So I could make some promises to her for my helping here, you know? Helping the sick, perhaps, like you had all told me I could. And perhaps I could get her to share with us some more information to shine some lights on these uncertainties. The ocean path could take just a few hours. There's no way of knowing. Similarly, building a boat would be quite easy if we could use magic. I understand that some of you have some arcane abilities that might make it a lot easier. My method involved a lot of carving and chopping of slate.
I'm decently good at building things.
Right, and additionally, she might also know what goes on in the holes that we could inquire about to see if there's some sort of method there as well, or even still if there's a way to, I don't know, climb faster, you know? What are your thoughts? Let us go back into the village for just a moment and I will speak with her.
Alright. Maybe you could sleep with her while we rest. We've had quite the day, Frederick.
Alright, that sounds good. And do you guys want to take a short rest?
I would love to. If someone wants to go with Frederick, that's probably a good idea, but Oro is very tired.
I could go with.
Thank you. And just so I recall your names, you are Hire, right?
Yes.
Good. It is a pleasure, Hire. I'm looking forward to working with you.
I could tag along too.
The more the merrier. Let us all go.
Alrighty then.
All right,
Off
so
we
then
go.
you guys head off into the unknown.
Into the unknown.
I love Brendan Urie.
I love Brendan. So, you guys run back into town then. Specifically, Hire and Frederick do, correct?
I thought Jaya said she wanted to join.
Jai, you also want to join?
Yeah.
Good. I like it. It's easy enough for you guys to all run back. The rest of you, I assume, are just waiting out here sort of in the sticks. It's safe enough on the outskirts of town to just hang out here. So you guys are chilling, relaxing, just spending some time looking out onto the strange sort of geography of this plain. And you get some time just to sort of hang out. So while you're doing that, do you guys want to do anything specific or just sort of rest? I mean, you don't have to do anything while you short rest. I'm just asking, like, you know, just for flavor. Do you want to, like, read or, you know, eat cat?
I think Orpheus just, like, curls into a ball and tries to sleep.
I'll look at my posters.
You imagine what the Lady of Pain is doing right now. What likely amazing things she is planning for her beautiful country.
Keep those hands where I can see them.
All right, so you guys the rest of you though run back into town. Eventually, you find it's basically the chieftain of this little tribe. Soon enough, the elder Vama. Frederick bows deeply and goes, "Vama, if you may, we just need a moment. We're quite crushed for time. I have been told that the time dilation is much worse here than it is in Surkad, and we must return at once, and we need information from you. If you would please help us." And he walks in with Hire and Jaya. Vama looks at the two of you sort of with this just ever so slight detection of disgust as she looks above your heads and sees nothing, but turns back to Frederick and goes, "Do must you want? Speak your piece." Frederick looks toward the two of you guys and see if you'll say anything.
We apologize for coming back again. We have lives that we want to save and people we want to get back to, and we're afraid of losing time. We want to find a more direct route to our way back home, the portal that will take us to Surkad. And we were wondering if you knew anything about sailing, maybe around the world to the place we came out of, or perhaps traveling through the holes, dangerous as it may be, to reach our goal. We were wondering if you had any guidance you could offer.
She looks at you a bit suspiciously for a moment and sort of turns her head slowly to look at the rest of the people that you guys are sort of like traveling with, you, Jaya and Frederick, and goes, well, I could inform you of this, but information is so valuable here and we have so little. What can you offer me in return? And this is where Frederick sort of steps forth and says, "My lady, I can help with a lot of the troubles of our town, the untouched that are getting sick, the sickness that plagues our whole planet. Perhaps I can do some investigation while I am in Surkad and bring back my studies and knowledge. You see, time there is much slower. What is months there will only be days here, and I can return with maybe even years of knowledge after only a few months." She nods and goes, "Interesting, but what proof do I have that you will actually return to this shithole? Why would you return here knowing that there is a better world out there that you can stay in? This place is no home for living." She looks toward the rest of you.
I've offered you rations before, and I can again. This is at least some form of food. It may not be much, but it is something.
Food I like, yes, but let's see, how much do you offer? And you sort of look through your pack higher. You definitely brought some rations. I would probably wager to say you didn't bring enough to like feed a whole town for a while. You probably brought just enough to like feed you and maybe all your friends if you got stuck in a hole for like a week.
I think I did go out of my way to buy like extra, but yeah, I would say that's about as much as there is.
And don't get me wrong, that is still a lot. Like, that is a lot of food. Just saying, like, in terms of what you're offering here. And she understands that as well and sort of nods her head and goes, "Well, I think I understand the trouble here. The problem is I don't know exactly how much good this will do me. I mean, you offer me food, and yes, this is good, but it will only feed my village for nary 6 or 7 days, and that is not a lot, and that might not be good enough. If you can offer me a fortnight's worth of food, then perhaps we can do business."
I will say, is the information that you provide valuable for us?
I have a piece of information that could be very valuable to you that I wish not to part with, but it could be valuable to you, yes. But this is the point of business. I won't lie to you. I shan't share with you the specificities of my knowledge, but if you can bring me enough rations to feed my entire village for 2 weeks, 1 fortnight, then we will have a conversation. Discuss amongst your people, offer up what you can. I'm sure you guys brought enough. You just might be a little snackish on the way home. And she smiles a bit as she says this.
I mean, we also have the bread. But much stale, but I believe we have the majority of our bread from oh my god, not Jackknife. Give me a second.
It's coming to him.
Grimhawk.
Give him a second.
We have that as well.
And that is something. Yes, I don't know who this character is, but I love this idea.
I guess I'll just go ahead and start pulling out my rations and the bread.
Okay, so yeah, this is a tough sitch because I know I don't make you guys count rations, but I do think it's sort of understood that it would be crazy to assume you had an obscene amount.
Yeah.
So I think at this point it will be fair enough to make the assumption that you probably have. Let me think if I'm counting out numbers. Yeah, you probably have enough food to feed the village here for about 6 days. Higher because you specifically did say you wanted to take more, and on top of that, you are also the one carrying all those extra snacks you guys bought. You're not sure how much else your friends carry in terms of their load, but you think if you perhaps combined all of your food, it could reach that level. Or you could even argue for some other form of payment as well.
Sick. I guess we should go back to the group and talk to them.
Okay, you guys return quickly. Everyone who's long resting, you see Jaya and Hire return.
Welcome back, Jaya. Did you learn anything?
Give me your food.
Oh, I started digging in my bag.
And
To preface, we are bargaining food. So
if perhaps we could get one more person to go get the fallen bird and spiders, we could offer those as well.
I'm gonna assume you guys brought those. It sort of makes sense. You were carrying so much shit already. We'll just go ahead and assume you brought those.
Okay.
And gave it to them in the big pile already.
I don't have any food. As far as what I could bargain, I have a bottle of oil. Oh, I pull out a slab of chocolate mixed with dog fur. I have this.
Oh my god.
What the fuck is that?
It's remember when we killed those dogs? This was stuck to one of them. I think it's pretty big, right?
It's definitely like moderately sized. Yeah, it's a good looking chunk.
Like, is it like chocolate bar size, or is this like pounds of chocolate?
It is like 3 or 4 chocolate bars that were all shoved together size.
I feel like they've probably never had chocolate before. Hand it over. Actually, I haven't either. I just never wanted to try it due to all the dog hair.
The people of the Wefts are not interested in vanities as such. They don't want things that taste good. They would prefer things that lasted a long time. Do you understand what I mean?
I mean, it's lasted a while in my bag. I think we
That
can
is
add it
true.
to the pile.
I don't know if it has much nutritional value to it.
Well, I don't know. I know nothing about how this works. But if it tastes half as good as raisins, I don't get to pay anyone to turn it down. I can also pull out my herbs and oil.
You keep that. I don't know if that would count for food for them.
Oh, alright. But you do want the chocolate.
Uh,
I say throw it in, why not?
yeah.
I have some lemon-flavored salt as well. Actually, I have lots of food dressings, just not any food itself.
Why do you have all of this?
I don't
Why do
know.
you have all?
I guess Iceland was a cook of some sort. Oh, the lemon salt we got from that friendly hobgoblin, I believe.
Was that
Are
the one
these
we
cooking
threatened?
herbs?
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Jaya, would you cook with these? I've never cooked.
Can I lick them? Like, to taste like what kind of herb it is.
Yeah, it's just a lot of cooking herbs. You know, it's nothing like super valuable, but you sort of you know from experience that cooking herbs are like, you know, they're not tasty on their own. Like no one wants them by themselves, I guess.
Yeah, but okay, how about, we can give them some of these too. I think it would make it a little bit more sentimental if we gave them something to flavor their food with.
Hey, there you go. Flavor the pot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll take the herbs and the lemon salt. I also
Okay.
have 90 clay marbles. Do you want those?
I don't know if they would eat the clay.
That's pretty much. You can't eat chalk.
I don't think you can eat chalk or a face.
Well, how would you know, huh?
Yeah, my bad.
I already gave most of my snacks to Malegus.
I was very snackish earlier, if you all recall. Malegus' snacky era.
I do have like maybe a day's worth of food on me, but not enough to like feed a village.
Oh, thank
I have
goodness we
3.
came for you, and you did. You were about to
Yeah.
lose all your food.
Well, I didn't know where I was going to, and I I didn't know if it would have. I presumed I could, buy food. I didn't know I was gonna go to a place where there wasn't food, and maybe I should take this as a learning experience. Um,
That's all right.
and
You,
be
you,
more
you
prepared
learn.
next
You live and you
time.
learn, right?
Yeah,
Right.
I did live, and I did learn.
Yeah.
There you go.
Speaking of those dogs we killed, I have their 3 hides too. They probably want hides as well here, right?
Yeah, to construct shit.
Yeah.
That actually would
I'll
sell
pass
well.
over the hides. And those have fleas in them, so they could boil them up and eat that.
Orpheus, I don't think they're gonna eat the flea.
All right.
Maybe
I
they
actually
have
do
to.
think they might if these people are desperate for food.
Why don't they eat the flies?
I think they are the flies.
Ugh.
And then I look above my head and sort of.
Oh, then I do not think they would eat the flies. Then no.
Do you feel the same, Orpheus? I feel great.
I think you might have a disease or something, Malegus.
You have a
like,
disease.
sort of-
Yeah,
No,
Malegus, you shouldn't touch anybody.
Well, if he's had it this whole time, we're probably all screwed anyways. But yeah, I think there's something seriously wrong with you if the flies are making you feel better. It's like they're circumventing whatever was making you sick before.
He sort of scratches his chin at this and goes, "Listen, I don't deign to understand."
Does
Hello?
he purr while he gets chin scratches?
Hello? Oh, that's right. I don't think I'm sick all the time. I don't
He's
feel sick all
certainly
the
sick
time.
all the time.
But weren't you just saying that you always feel in a haze?
Yeah, I mean, I felt tired all the time, but that's just how people feel. That's normal.
It's not how I feel.
How the fuck do you feel?
I don't know. I mean, I'm really tired right now, but most of the time I wouldn't say I'm tired.
Were you depressed, Malegus?
Well, whatever I was, it's over. What I'm trying to say, and I feel better. So I think I'm ready to move on from that. You know what I'm saying?
Aye.
Hi. So
But what about when we get rid of your flies?
but I assume it'll stick because I know how it feels, and I'll feel better because I'll know how it feels, and I'll say it's better, because I know it.
Or I don't know if we should get rid of Malagus's flies. I think obviously it's his decision, but if this has somehow freed him from some sort of effect coming from Iceland and is allowing him to live a better life, I think the side effects might be worth it.
But we'd be risking introducing a parasite to all of Circad. I think
Well,
we
do we
should
know how
find
it
a
spreads?
solution to Malagus's problem that isn't a whole nother problem.
I guess so. Yeah.
I don't exactly know how this thing spreads, so maybe I don't know.
It probably lays eggs in your ears that are all gonna hatch.
Shut
and
up, shut up,
flies
shut
are
up,
going
shut up,
to
shut up.
explode out of your ears.
Shut up! You don't know anything. Shut up!
I know.
Shut up! You don't know nothing.
I know. I can see him moving in there.
No,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
No.
I feel him. Do you feel yours? I feel mine.
You don't feel them.
I feel him.
I feel fine. I'm feeling fine. Besides, you got me all confused now. What are we even talking about?
Food.
Okay, but
Food.
basically,
Your food. Give me your food.
yes, food.
Oh yes, I have a decent amount of food. Here, let me help you out. And he passes over what is for you guys a collection of food. It is in total let's see, he's got about 10 days worth of rations for a couple of you guys, if you guys got stuck in a hole again. So he hands over
I've had so many people already in case we get stuck in a hole.
he passes over another 3 days worth of rations for the whole village, which adds you guys up to 9 now.
And how much did we need to get up to?
14 is what she asked. But you didn't
Deimos.
haggle.
Your turn.
Okay. I guess I empty out my bag.
All right, Deimos, you just empty it out.
Whoa.
Deimos, you probably don't have a shit ton of food. I imagine you are still bringing a lot with you, but I'm going to say you add a day's worth of food with you, just because there's no reason for you guys to hold on to a shit ton of food. So you pass it over, and you guys are up to, that adds you to 10 now. Is that right? Yeah.
Frederick, are there fish in the sea we could catch?
It's too It's too salty. The only things that live there are urchins and slugs. Oh, that's Malegus, excuse me. See, I need to figure these guys out. No, it's too salty. You have to deal with the urchins and the slugs on the shores. That is what we eat from there.
And no one else has food. Do you have any?
I toss in 6 nutrient bricks.
Yeah.
Holy exact count.
It's a good brick count. It's a good brick day. The nutrient bricks are hefty, but that is basically 6 portions. That doesn't add a lot to your total count. What if we offered him some kind of we offered the whole village some kind of like items? Do we have any like, they need shovels probably, or like swords to fight these monsters, or like fishing rods? Do we have anything like that we can offer?
I have 2 crossbows I don't really use. Oh no. No, I don't use them anymore, so I could toss in 2 crossbows.
What do you guys think? Is that a good idea? I think that could have legs.
Yeah. Count in my 2 crossbows and my stack of crossbow bolts.
Maybe I could offer my holy water. It's something.
Yeah, I bet they need some of that here, right? It probably kills off some of the undead creatures that crawl around here, right?
Aye.
Mm-hmm.
And look at that, we're basically up to snuff, more or less, right?
Mm-hmm. I have a lump of charcoal they could burn.
That's pretty good.
I'll toss that in. They could use it for art, too. You know what? I'll throw in my chalk as well. They can use that for art.
Frederick nods as he sort of joined you guys now and goes, yes, this is good. I think we're getting close here. Does anyone have anything else? Just one final little piece of the pie, perhaps, that we could add, just to really add to this.
I'll pull out some handfuls of the loose black dirt that is in my bag. They could grow something in this.
He looks at it and smiles for a second, then sort of shakes his head and goes, no, the Weft is truly a deplorable place for growing. We would not be able to grow anything with that, I'm sorry. It is a fine idea, though.
Thanks.
I just recently purchased a new journal with some ink and a pen. Do you think they'd be interested in that?
Yes, that is a great idea. Yes, let us offer your, if you don't mind. Note keeping is very difficult on these planes.
Yes, that'll be fine.
You're a good man, thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
And you pass it over, and you guys hit a mark where he nods and goes, yes, this will be enough. I'll bring it to the master right now. And you guys cart it over and hire, and Jaya, you go with. Eventually you make your way back to Vama. Give up this huge stack of goods, and she looks at it for a moment, sort of quiet, and then nods, and this will do. All right.
Woo!
I accept. All right, well, do you guys want to mark off, please, on your inventories all this stuff you just gave away?
Already marked it off. It's dead to me.
All right, well then, I would say at this point that Vama gives you all a nod and brings you in close and goes, listen, before I share with you my information, I just want you to know, please don't share this among the villagers. It is a dangerous piece of information that some tribes people are better off not knowing. These Azurathids that haunt us, halo above our heads, she points to the halo of flies, they protect us from disease and infection and malaise and everything that could go wrong here. They keep us safe, and the people of this town need them. That being said, there is a way to solve both of your problems at once.
Yes, we're listening.
She sighs. If you want to circumnavigate this globe, it will take approximately 18 or so hours. I've done so myself on multiple occasions. In fact, I have a hidden raft just on the far outskirts of the Weft, but a couple hours walk from here. It is a shabby vessel, likely not capable of fitting all of you, but with some minor modifications, you could surely have it fit you. And I'm sure you have your own means. She looks at you and sort of winks with her one crusty white eye. If you choose that route, you may do so safely. There is very little on the ocean that will harm you. It is quiet, it is simple, and there are few waves. There might be a creature or two in the depths, but during the daylight you should probably be fine. The other route, which I am more hesitant to speak of, is... and she this time really does ask you to lean in close to her. The Taker of Life. We named the creature that lives inside of this planet just that, for it takes our lives. Specifically, the lives of us Azurathid carriers, the hosts of such creatures. She points again to the halo of flies. There is what I'd imagine is a ectoplasmic, ghostly creature that looks like many, but is one. An enormous, unproportionately large creature that lives deep within this planet. It lifts up its strange little arms and legs up through each of the holes that it burrows to try to grab things and drag them in. But while normally it does eat the boulder birds and the wander weavers, it has an intellect and can be bargained with. The creature can pull you down one hole and push you up another, all in a matter of a few moments. The process is very uncomfortable, slimy, and gross. You are pulled through at such high velocities that your body is shooken up by the end of the journey, but it is a way that us early settlers back before the Azorathids traveled this world at a quick pace.
And what does this have to do with the flies?
Well, that is the bargain. This creature that lives deep inside of the rock here, it doesn't like the Azorathids, considers them hostile and alien to its planet. It oftentimes in this travel strips them from your body forcefully, pulling them off, dragging you against the rocks such that they might come off. I myself once traveled down there with the halo of flies once and was nearly bludgeoned to death from the travel. But I lived, and I was okay. It doesn't like them. It pulls them off as best it can, and it does pretty successfully, albeit at the slight bodily harm of the transporter. Regardless, it is a creature that can be reasoned with. It is intelligent, it speaks, albeit not well. Do be careful with this knowledge. It is incredibly dangerous. The people of this town don't need to know that there is something that lives beneath them this size of a planet.
I see.
Both of these options could serve you well.
And this raft of sorts, you would tell us where it is and let us use it?
I would let you use it, yes. You've given me a great many items, and it was just made out of a beetle carcass. It is not that useful to me.
I'll probably give a bow and say thank you. That sounds like the option for us.
Of course, and please, I did very little. It is the least I can do to assist you here.
Can I ask her where it is?
Yes, she sort of points it out in the distance. You don't see it, but she promises it's there, and you can sort of take her word for it.
Sick.
All right, and you return back to the group. So, what'd you learn?
There's a raft. It would take us 18 hours to traverse back to our point.
Not
we
bad.
might need to modify it or utilize our bag of holding. And there's also a great creature beneath us that we could bargain with to transport, though it would take the flies in the process, be painful and dangerous, but it would accomplish our goal almost immediately, it sounds like.
I vote for the latter. I don't mind a little pain, and we need to get back to Surkad. Plus, I don't want these things laying eggs in my ears.
I
Yeah,
will say
I
I don't
agree.
know what we have to bargain, but we'll do it. I guess we can do what we must.
Did Vama say she'd ever made it to do that way?
Yes, she had.
Well, if she had something to give, I reckon we do too.
You notice that Frederick himself looks sort of shell-shocked by all this information. He sort of whispers to himself, I can't believe something that big lived right under our feet. That's horrible, Jesus.
Maybe it protects you, I don't know.
That's just... that frightens me, I'm sorry. I can't believe it. I've lived here so long and I never knew. Christ. Really goes to show, huh, how crazy these worlds can be.
Yes, monsters can live
Monsters.
among us.
Monsters exist.
There is monsters in the world. Alright, I say we ride the monster out.
Frederick nods and goes, I'm still worried a little, but I understand and I agree. Let us go.
The rest of you?
Malegus gives the thumbs up. This is gonna be fucking awesome. And he looks around, sort of darts his head and sees a hole and goes, you guys trust me, right? This is a good idea?
I agree with at least one of those statements.
All right. And he starts running as fast as he can. And he can start booking it as he runs up. And you see him do a
run
full
faster.
cannonball down in one of the holes.
I want to race him there.
You race him there?
Kids, you're gonna get yourself killed.
I will not let him have the glory.
All right, you race him there. He cannonballs down one of the holes. You see him slip down, and he starts screaming on the way down. Ah! Ah! And it goes quiet after a moment.
Yeah, I'm jumping in.
I'll turn to Jaya. Where did you hide Gravy?
When I first came here, I saw like on the outskirts that there was like a shed that no one's really using or going towards. Kind of stayed there for a little bit, see if anybody was like in the area. Nobody was, so I just kept Gravy there.
Great. Would you like to get him?
Of course. But I think we should put him in the bag so that nobody sees him and wants to eat him.
I don't think it's safe for him there.
What's in the bag?
Many dogs.
10 million.
Why do you have dogs in your bag? What the hell happened?
I'm sure there's worse by now.
I wasn't gone for that long.
I'm unsure how they got
Jesus
there.
Christ, is time dilation. Oh. So, okay, is there anything else I should know?
Or
Like, what should I expect when we get back? Are there people I shouldn't like or people I should like? Wait, say that one more time.
Oralface and I kissed. It was unpleasant for us all.
Was it mutual or face? Did you want this to happen? Was this
Orpheus.
consensual?
Oralface is gone.
It was mutually unconsensual. Or mutually consensual but mutually unenjoyed.
We thought we would forget. Honestly, Deimos is much better, but...
Oh!
Hello, it was my first try!
Oh, I've got a good
seasoned
one.
whore.
I've got a real good one. Orpheus sold a man's child for alcohol money.
I didn't know it was a child, and I didn't know. I don't know. I didn't know what it is. Weren't you gonna jump down this hole?
Crazy. Okay.
It was a baby, not a child.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Malegus is not here to excuse me. That I don't know who said.
That was us from beyond the grave. I jump in after Malegus to avoid the shame.
You jump in. Jaya, you run off to that shed that you had found. There's this little like beetle carapace hut off on the outskirts of town that you hid Gravy in. You pull him out. Gravy looks really hungry and sort of bothered that you left her alone for so long.
I know, Gravy. I know. I'm sorry. Come here. Give Daddy a hug. Oh.
You notice, bringing Gravy out, that Gravy has a nice, handy little crown of flies above her head.
No.
Meow.
Gravy, what happened to you? Oh, did somebody come in here, Gravy? Did they touch you?
Meow.
Show me where they touched you, Gravy.
Meow.
Oh God.
I said meow.
I want to say I have rations that I did not give to Karma for the village so that I could still feed Gravy.
You're a
I mean-
whore.
Yeah,
Like,
you
just-
probably. I assume each of you guys kept 1 day's worth, right?
At
I
least.
I did not
Mine.
give every nutrient break.
Oh my god!
I gave all mine.
Wow, higher should get an inspiration for that.
I probably kept a day's, but I probably didn't give like Gravy's food because it's probably just grass in my pocket or hay.
Grass and hay. He's just pockets full of grass and hay.
I just have a bag full of it. So I'll give him a little bit to munch on.
All right, you give Gravy some hay and grass to munch on. He chews it up real nice and moves at you as you grab the reins and like drag her back toward the group. Takes a few moments, but you do so. When you get there, Orpheus and Malegus are both gone.
And where'd you guys go? Hello?
They went down the hole. We should go after them as soon as we can.
Okay. I guess I'll hold on to Gravy.
Can I hold on to Gravy too?
Yeah.
Grab onto a tentacle.
She's our emotional support cow.
Our emotional support demon. Yes, understood.
She's not a demon.
Devil, right?
Yeah.
She's an angel. You're just jealous that I'm the only one that's riding the gravy train.
Yeah, you're right, I am. Alright, down the hole we go.
Yeah.
All right, is everyone jumping down? Does anyone have second thoughts?
Well,
Too
this is
late.
the fastest, most efficient.
Okay. Nice. So you guys all jump down. Who wants to take up the rear just for my note keeping?
I guess.
I can.
Okay, just I want to make sure who survives till the end.
Oh.
Demos forms a new party.
Now it's Doolum and the Lost Boys. Fuck, what are we? I mean, Deimos. God damn it.
I'm presuming that Orpheus and Malegus
That's
are going to
lost
be in the
in time.
front because of their personalities. So I'll be like right behind them.
I've died too much. So I'm gonna try to be in the middle.
I'll be in the front of the
middle is
party.
safe.
All right. Cool. And Demos, after everyone else jumps into one of these holes, you hear sort of shouting and screaming as they go down. You really you look down. You're the only one left. You don't hear anything beneath you. It's sort of quiet after the echoes of their screams disappear.
I mean, if your friends jump off a cliff, would you jump off too?
That's exactly what just happened.
I'm jumping in.
Whoa.
All right. So, you guys sort of step into that worm-like tunnel. The hole descends quickly into an unknowable darkness. The first to go in, I'll describe it basically to Orpheus first, as basically the first one experiencing this, and you guys all experienced this in tow after Orpheus. But as you jump down, the immediate exhilaration of free fall gives way to terror of falling. The walls of the tunnel seem to shoot down for a while, and after a couple seconds of falling, you're like, shit, this might kill me. But the walls of the tunnel sort of lurch and shift slightly as if you're falling down some sort of long slide. The walls of the tunnel at first are very smooth, and you slide up against one of the edges. As you do so, translucent tentacles, these sort of arms that you had seen earlier, sort of spectral in appearance, but tangible nonetheless, shoot out from the walls at alarming speed, grabbing you with firm, almost bruising strength, and it feels cold and sticky on your hands. It's almost like touching like half-dried ink. The descent becomes a chaotic and sort of frenzied fall. These arms push and pull, guiding you downward with not a lot of precision. The slick walls are no longer slick and instead are much rougher as you sort of bang up against the wall every once in a while. It's sticky against the walls as well as this sort of ectoplasm runs alongside of it, and you drag up against some of the walls, banging back and forth, taking a bit of bludgeoning damage on your fall. As you do so, the flies buzzing above your head continue to buzz, but they have trouble keeping up with how fast you're moving. No longer are you just falling. Something is pulling you down. It's hard to tell from what part of you it's pulling. It's almost like these giant, translucent, ectoplasm-y hands are dragging you out basically from every, like, hair on your body. It just feels like your whole body's being pulled. Sort of like how a hold person spell feels, where it's just your whole body freezes up. It feels like your whole body is just being yanked downward, and then to the side and back and forth. The descent continues, and you begin flying faster and faster and faster. The buzzing above your head, it starts getting more and more distant as the flies can no longer fly to keep up with you. You squirm and it feels nasty, and the coldness continues, and the sliminess just builds up in this nasty feeling, and all of a sudden you feel your mind shift ever so slightly. You're not sure what it was, but all of a sudden you realize that you are back in the driver's seat, so to speak. Just a moment ago, it still sort of felt like you were watching a movie of you moving around and acting completely normal the way you normally did, but now all of a sudden, you are back, Orpheus, your conscience. It feels weird. Just a second ago, it felt like you were you, but now it feels like that was a lie. It's an unusual feeling, and you're not quite sure how to explain it. Whatever was happening, though, you can tell that these flies that were circling above your head were definitely controlling your body and mirroring your personality so perfectly that it felt like you were there. It's confusing. To better explain this, it's basically just like what everything you were just acting, Orpheus, was what the flies were doing for.
No, I get it. I was watching someone do a perfect imitation of myself.
Yeah, so perfect in fact that imitation was even thinking like, oh, did these flies change me at all? It's you clone yourself and your clone doesn't think it's a clone conundrum.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But that's just for bookkeeping, because now you are back. So too, you see Malegus in front of you screaming as his flies get sort of scratched off on the sides, bludgeoned on the way down. You feel your bones bounce up against each other in awkward ways and slam into the walls as you loop after loop of these tunnels, and suddenly the descent halts. The tentacles around you release in a smooth motion, lowering you into a vast, hollow chamber, almost at the core of this planet. The air here is so thick and humid, filled with the strong smell of minerals and rock and wet. The chamber is dimly lit by veins of faintly glowing rock, forming patterns resembling rivers running along the walls of this circular chamber. The centerpiece of this room seems to be a sort of physical form of all of these ectoplasmic little hands. This is the very fondly named Taker of Life. You can't see anything specific, no eyes or face or mouth. Instead, it's just like some sort of giant amorphous blob. This blob is see-through all the way through, and it's sort of ghostly appearance. It wisps back and forth and fills the entire chamber. In fact, you notice as you sort of float here for a moment, you are inside of it somewhat. You can sort of breathe normally, and it's like breathing in mist. It makes you uncomfortable at first, then you sort of look around and you notice that you're not really falling in any direction. You're either being suspended by this ectoplasm, or perhaps because you really are at the center of this planet, there's nowhere to go. You see Malegus is sort of swimming around in here too. He's got his hands out in front of him like freestyle paddling, trying to swim around in the ectoplasm, and he sees you and waves and tries to shout, but his voice carries like it would through water, so it's like hearing him underwater. He goes something like,
Is he making any progress with swimming?
He looks like he is swimming, and you notice all of his flies are gone. He looks the same. He's not exactly like dead or anything.
Okay,
but
I'll swim over.
He's trying to swim toward you, and you do so. You're not super proficient in ectoplasm swimming, but you...
No, I have never swam successfully at all, except
oh,
I guess
good.
the one time.
Nice. So you try to like doggy paddle toward him.
Doggy paddling.
You doggy a little bit. It's not efficient, but you sort of have some time before everyone else comes down, and you eventually get over to him, and you can sort of hear him, and it still sort of sounds underwater, but he goes, Orpheus, I don't know where we are.
Oh, that's on the planet.
Is this a creature, or is this just some sort of goop?
I think it's a god.
That's pretty fucking weird.
I know, right?
And with that, the next group makes their descent. So the rest of you guys felt the exact same things as you arrive. Jaya and Hire and Dulam, along with Gravy, along to you guys make your way in now. And again, you were bumped up on the ride down, bruised and battered. It was uncomfortable. To you, Dulam, it felt especially nasty the way you were being carried. Something about it sort of just tugged at the inside of you in a way that you didn't like. But nevertheless, you guys make it to the middle here, all right? And you all experience weightlessness as you sort of float around this central chamber. And talking with each other is sort of difficult, but you can more or less make out what other people are saying.
Hey, guys.
Sorry, did Deimos not come with us?
Deimos was last.
Okay.
And did take a moment looking down the hole, thinking about jumping off a bridge.
Hey, Hire, look at this!
And you see Malegus reach inside of his coat, pull out a knife, and try to throw it at you. It moves almost in slow motion across the ectoplasm, spinning slowly toward you. You could almost catch it out of the air if you wanted to.
Sorry, are we in the god right now? I feel like it might get mad at us if we just start throwing, like cutting it.
I don't think it's a god. I think it's just some big fucking goop.
What can I offer you, Your Highness?
Can we fucking breathe?
Yeah, you can breathe. It tastes like mist. Like it's you're breathing in a cloud.
Whoa. Does it like vapors go in my mouth? Can I taste it?
It's tastes a lot like minerals, like you're licking a salt mine, very minerally.
Hmm.
Like you're drinking really, really, really tappy tap water,
Mm.
And with that, Demos, you arrive with Frederick. You guys swim into this area. You guys are also beat up a little bit by this. Demos, being a somewhat larger creature, it sort of especially sucks for you as your body is scraped up against the rock walls on the way down. All of you guys suffer a 5 bludgeoning damage on this drop. And Demos, because of your size, you do suffer 6 bludgeoning damage.
No.
Get fucked.
It's hateful.
Hello.
And look at that. I'm not giving a lower number to Smallkin, so fuck everyone. So if you would track that off for me. Also, for those of you guys who took a short rest, obviously go ahead and track off a short rest on your block. And I believe a short rest removes 1 level of exhaustion. So,
Thank God.
Woohoo!
so still tired, but not dead.
I like not dead.
You guys all
We
arrive
take
here now,
those.
sort of floating around in the goop, and eventually you all hear a sort of rumbly voice. It doesn't speak with words per se or a mouth. Instead, its thoughts sort of flood into your minds like a wave. Though you hear a deep resonant hum around you all, like the entire inside of this thing is rumbling. It speaks. Fear not, children of the stars.
Okay.
Okay.
I am your shepherd, a guide through the veins of the world.
Thank
Please,
you.
shepherd, guide us.
You have traversed my pathways. Many come with fear, but few understand. I watch. I remember. Why have you sought the heart of this world? It echoes out through your minds.
We were hoping for the passage back to where we came from.
This can be arranged.
Thank you.
What must we do to earn this, shepherd?
My goal is to protect the people of this world. Few come, fewer still these days. My request is simple. Spread the name, the shepherd, more than this name, the taker of life that your kind gift to me.
Understood.
On it.
Good. I see a bright future for each and every one of you.
I look at
Slay.
Malegus dubiously.
Malegus looks up. Is this my dad?
I thought you. Never mind.
What?
Just stay
Didn't you?
focused.
Haven't you met your dad?
Yeah,
I met
didn't
this
you meet your
body's
dad?
dad.
Oh, this is
I
your.
don't know who
your
my dad
spirit's
is.
dad. I see.
There's a difference.
Ghosts don't have dads.
No, everyone has a dad.
Not us, Malegus.
I'm not a ghost. I'm Malegus.
So then you. Well, okay. This is your dad.
Is this ghost? This guy sort of looks ghostly.
He does look ghostly.
Maybe he's ghost dad,
You're an optimist, aren't you?
Maybe. I don't know. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
With that, the creature does not speak anymore and instead whisks you all up once again, up through its tunnels. This time you exit through a different hole than you entered through. That sort of cavern, the intersanctum, the heart of the world, was filled with all sorts of different tunnels and pathways. Here now, you are swept through another one, up through, banging up against the rocks as you go, and eventually are spat out, not 10 feet away from where you guys started here. You find the little post marking the center of that specific area. You recognize it for the fact that the ripples and waves of the rocks that go in long parallel patterns all sort of combine right here to make one flat circular area. And this specific flat circular area seems probably important somehow planarly, as there's a little mark here made of wood, and you guys pop up not 10 feet away from it. You hear a soft hum come up from the tunnel you guys all got spat out from, and as you get spat out, you are all covered in a goopy, slimy ectoplasm. As well, the ascent also takes another 5 bludgeoning damage. Ouch! Can't do that every day. Not super pleasant. But you guys all return here now, and it's only been, you'd guess, like 30 minutes since when you jumped in the hole.
Amazing.
That was fucking awesome. Shit, man. Maybe we, should, I don't know, explore this world a little bit. I guess we have time now, right?
I only have 14 hit points left.
Malegus, we can come back if Fredericks needs to come back anyway. Perhaps we come back another time.
Yeah, you're right. And he huffs a deep breath, and you see his shoulders actively slouch as he does so, and his eyes sort of closed halfway, and he goes, I need a fucking drink.
Oh, Malegus, you're not feeling so good again.
Was
Was it addiction that the flies took away from you? Was that what it was?
What? Don't
Malegus.
fucking worry about it, Orpheus. Listen, Sir Orpheus, get me a beverage, and it'll be the best night in the whole world.
We can get it from Jackknife's.
Aye,
we
that's a
should-
good lad.
Never give him drinks again so he can break the addiction so he can feel good all the time.
One thing at a time. I want to leave first.
Okay, that's valid.
All right, so you look at the box now, and the little button is all lit up and glowing brightly for Circad. You can press it while everyone's sort of holding hands, and it takes about a minute for the spell to cast while you're doing so, if you recall the countdown that you give. Starting
59, 58, 57. No one let go. 56.
You guys all hold on, and after the minute happens, you all feel the cold snap of dimensional travel.
Woo!
Oh,
Nice.
Huge.
Very exciting.
Lift
Alright, and-
off.
And before I go any further, what time is it? My computer's clock broke. Is now how long has it been?
It
It's
is
10:51.
8:51.
Oh.
Yeah.
8:51?
10
In
our
California
time.
time, 10:51 for you.
10:51. Ah, okay. All right.
Yeah, I do have some more app work to do tonight. I think now could be a great stopping point.
Okay, then this might be a good stopping point.
Woo!
We'll end right now. Next session, I'll give all of you guys dimensional and travel mutations.
Yeah.
And that'll be real good. Well done, well traversed. See, it wasn't so hard getting out after all.
It seemed insurmountable.
The shepherd's so nice.
Yeah, he's a
The
homie.
shepherd's so nice.
All right, so good episode, you guys. That was a lot of fun. Thank you for taking me through this little dimension. I thought that was a lot of fun.
Woo!
All right, so I think we have a poll to get through.
Yeah, we do.
yeah.
Heck yeah.
All right, last week's poll was, of course, what did Hire get for Christmas? Your options were, as you all know, because you all voted, a good
forgot.
aligned party, hugs, a father figure, another bird child, or backshots from Aether.
From my
Oh.
god!
I think you all already know which one won.
Which one won?
With a whopping 40% of the votes, backshots from Aether came out on
Oh.
top.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank god.
And your poll question for this week: straightest party member. To be clear, we are referring to members of Dulam and the Lost and Found, not members of the Run Pack. So yeah, go ahead. Put in your votes. I ask you to think with your heart, not your brain. Just go with what your body tells you.
With your goot.
Yeah, like maybe Dulam or Deimos couldn't kiss a girl like if he tried, but like maybe like he's just giving the straight vibes.
Yeah. Go. Well, I don't know.
Dulam is a sex bot. He's a sex bot.
Oh, sex bot.
Dulam is a
Sex bot.
Oh.
You have holes somewhere.
We installed a mouth in him.
Spread your legs.
Dulam now has both an entrance port and an exit port.
Stop sucking on my ports.
Vote in the poll.
Vote in the poll.
Leave a comment. Follow us.
5 stars. Give us 5 stars
5
on our
stars.
podcast. That's how
Yes,
people
please
love us.
rate us if you liked it. Keep your fucking opinions to yourself if you didn't. Shoot us an email. Yet again, anyone who emails me, you can have a private voice message, a private voice call with the group. Just let us know.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, we'll let you in.
Yeah. Go ahead and join our subreddit, r/runtpack. And yeah, fucking tell your friends and check us out next Monday. Woo!
Boom.
Woo!
Nice. All right. Check.